Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna hoite chaturmukha hoy Krishna. Everyone sevonmukha. Brahma hoite nara dera mati. Narada hoite Vyasa madhva kohe Tassa Purna Pragna Padma Navasati Mrihadinarava Bhamshe Akshobhya Paramahamse Shishya Boli Akshobhira Shishya Jaya Kirtanami Parishaya Tharjasya Jnana Sindhu Kore Taha Hoite Daya Saradasvidyanidhi Rajendra Hoilo Tahate Tahara Kimbora Jaya Dharmanani Parishaya Parampara Chano Balo Jaya Karma Dasya Chati Shri Guru Uttama Jati Tahayate Brahmanya Tirthasuri Vyasa Tirtha Thara Dasa Lakshmi Pati Vyasa Dasa Madhavendra Puti Baro Shishya Baro Shishvara Nityananda Shri Advaita Ishvara Purike Danya Korilen Shri Chaitanya Jagadguru Mahaprabhu Shri Chaitanya Radha Krishna Nahe Anya Rupanuga Jane Rajivana Vishwambhara Priyankara Shishvarupa Damodara Shri Goswami Rupa Sanatana Rupa Priya Mahajana Jiva Raghunatana Kakriya Kadi Krishna Janapada Vishwanatha Asha Vishwanatha Bhakta Sata Baladeva Jagannatha Tatriya Shivati Vinoda Mahabhagavata Baro Shigora Kishora Baro Hari Bhajane Te Jara Moda Ihara Paramahansa. Good songbook, they're missing the verse. Krishna Hoite. Shri Bhakti Siddhanta. Last verse. Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. Shri Varshabhana Devara Sadasevya Seva Paro Tahara Dayita Dasa Nama Tara Pradhana Pratara Shibhakti Vedanta Nama Patita Janete Dan. Do the last line again, I do it. Tara Pradhana Pracharaka Shri Bhakti Vedanta Nama Patita Janete Daya Dhamma Patita Janete Daya Dhamma Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Translation. In the beginning of creation, four-headed Brahma received the science of devotional service from the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Brahma taught this divine science to Devarshi Narada, and Narada imparted it to Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasa. Sripad Madhvacharya, who is also known as Purna Prajna Tirtha, calls himself a servant of Vyasa and is the guru and sole refuge of Padmanabha Tirtha. The two other principal disciples of Madhva are Mrihari Tirtha and Madhava Tirtha. Madhava Tirtha accepted the great Paramahamsa Akshobhya Tirtha as a disciple. The principal disciple of Akshobhya Tirtha was known as Jayatirtha, serving whom was Jnanasindhu's only purpose in life. Jnanasindhu taught the science of devotional service to Dayanidhi, whose servant was Vidyanidhi. Vidyanidhi in turn imparted this knowledge to Rajendra Tirtha, and he accepted Jayadharma as his servant. In this way, you should properly understand this disciplic succession. The great sannyasi Sri Purushottam Tirtha received the knowledge of devotional service from Jayadharma. The principal disciple of Purushottam Tirtha was the saintly Subramanya Tirtha, whose servant was the great Vyasa Tirtha. Vyasa Tirtha's servant was Lakshmipati Tirtha, and his disciple was Madhavendra Puri Goswami. The chief disciple of Madhavendra Puri was Ishvara Puri, and two of his other disciples were the renowned incarnations of Godhead, Sri Nityananda and Advaita Acharya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the spiritual preceptor of all the worlds, made Ishwara Puri greatly fortunate by accepting him as his spiritual master. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is none other than Sri Radha Krishna, and is the very life of those Vaishnavas who follow in the footsteps of Sri Rupa Goswami. Sri Swarup Damodar Goswami, Rupa Goswami, and Sanatan Goswami gave great happiness to Vishwambar, Lord Chaitanya. The great souls Jiva Goswami and Raghunath Das Goswami became very dear to Rupa Goswami. Raghunath Das Goswami's beloved student was Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, who was an intimate friend of Lokanath Goswami. Lokanath Goswami's single disciple was Narottam Das. He always engaged in the service of his guru and was also very dear to Krishnadas Kaviraj. To serve the lotus feet of Narottam Das Thakur was the only desire of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur was the instructing spiritual master of Baladev Vidyabhushana. Jagannath Das Babaji was a very prominent acharya after Sri Baladev Vidyabhushana and was the beloved instructing spiritual master of Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's intimate friend and associate was the eminent Mahabhagavata, Sri Gaurakishore Das Babaji, whose sole joy was found in Hari Bhajan. All these great saintly Vaishnava Paramahamsas are members of Lord Gauranga's spiritual family. Their lotus feet are my refuge. I am devoid of any real interest in devotional service and am but a poor and lowly Tridandi sannyasi named Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. The renowned Sri Varshabhanavi Daita Das, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, is always engaged in the service of his spiritual master, Srila Gaurakishore Das Babaji. His foremost disciple preacher is Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who has spread the message of Lord Chaitanya throughout the world and is thus a reservoir of compassion for all fallen souls. O Premanande Hari Hari Bol Ujjvala Varana. Ujjvala Varana Varadeham Hare Baba Videham Devara Pavana Kripayalesham Sankalamanicha Shri Shachi Tanayam Gargarankara Baba Vikara Gurujanna Karjanna Nada Vishalam Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. Bhava Vaya Bhajanna Karam Karunam Samkana Mamicha Shri Shachi Tanayam Go Premanande Arunam Bharadara Charu Kolam Bindu Binindita Nakachaya Ruchiram Japitani Jaguna Namavinodam Samprana Mamicha Shri Shachi Tanayam Digalita Nayana Kamala Jalatara Ushana Navarasa Baba Vikara vilasam Sankharamami cha Krishna Chaitanya Chanchala Charu Charana Gati Ruchira Manjira Ranjita Padajita Maduram Chandra Bimindita Chitala Bharadam Shankara Mamicha Krishna Chaitanya Jitakati Dora Samandalutandam Vidya Kalevara Mudita Mundam Gurujana Kulmasha Kandana Dandam Samkhara Mabicha Krishna Chaitanya Bhushana Bhuraja Lakavali Sandita Vimthara Bhararuchiram Malaya Javira Chitta Ujjalati Lakam Shankara Mamicha Krishna Chaitanya Karuna Kamala Dalanayan Ajanulambika Shibuja Yugalam Kalevara Kaishora Nartaka Vesham Shankara Mamicha Krishna Chaitanya Sacinandana Jaya Gaura Hari Jaya Sacinandana Jaya Sacinandana Sacinandana Jaya Gaura Hari Arunadaya Kirtan. Arunadaya. Arunadoya. Udila Ilovana Sudava Tujamani Goda Amani Jage Bhakata Samuva Loya Sati Kela Nagara Zake Tatai Tatai Bhajaloko Gana Gana Tae Jagiraro Dhala dhala sonara anga aranenu pura bhaje Mukunda Madhava Yadava Hari Bolena Bolo Devadana Boli Nita Pashe Gilore Date Vyasa Sharira Sage Emono Dulaba Malabadeo Payaki Koro Bhavana Keho Bajile Jashoda Suta Sharame Porile Laje Udita Tahuna Hoile Asta Vinagilo Boli Hoi Devyasta Bekino ebe alasa hoy na bhajari doya raje Jivana nitya jana hasa kahina radira diparava Shaya Kori Jatane Kuni Taka Apana Kaje Vivera Kalyana Sadhana Jagate Asiye Madhuryanam Vidya Simira Tapana Rupe Virga Gane Viraje Krishna Naputak Koreapan Shuddha Bhakta Divinora Pran Chandra Bode. Kota Nidra Jao Maya Sachira Kode. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Jiva Boliya Sansara Bhitare Viliyaro Hile Tumi Abhijara Bhare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Tomare lokeya Uinu avatara Ami dina bandhu aro Keya chetomara Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Nam Bhajan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Nashibarulagi Harinam Mahamantra Lauri Sunimagi Harinam Mahamantra Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Charane Poriya Thakur. Hari Nama Mantra Lailo Makiya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, song from the Jaladita song. Krishna Tava Punya Hobi Bhai. Can somebody get rid of these shoes? There shouldn't be any shoes at the opening. It's the first thing people see when they walk in. If they can move. Do you know it? Uh-oh. Look it up, somebody on the YouTube. Like Agni Dev singing it. And I'll put a couple zappers. Vyasa Puja Tisam Prashna Samrishno Vipranam Maharshanihi. We got the YouTube? YouTube. Also somebody on it. What? Whatever. No, put back. Krishna told me. Okay. Oh, that's we can't follow that. Try Agni Dev. It's a little peppier. Huh. Just maybe put it on the speaker, we'll just sing along.
It's the prettiest thing on the kitchen counter.
There we go. Jabe, Radharani Sikhihabe, Ruvati Bole Tomata.
Krishna Tava Punya Habe
Krishna tava
Ya
punya
Krishna,
Krishna tava punya
Krishna Tava Punya Deva.
Sri Siddhanta Saraswati Sachi Sutta Priya Yati Krishna Sevya Jara Tulana
Siddhanta Saraswati Sachi Sutta Priya Ati Krishna Sevai Jara Purnai.
Sei se Mahanta Guru Jagater Made Ulu Krishna Bhakti De Thai Thai
Sei se Mahanta Guru Jagatera Mage Uru Krishna Bhakti Deya Thai Thai.
Krishna Tava Punya Habe Bhai Krishna Tava Punya Habe Bhai
Krishna Tava Punya Habe Bhai. Krishna Tava Punya Habe Bhai.
Taraicha Balavan Paschayati Tata Oijate Gauram Kirana
Taricha Balavan Pashate Tan Tan Oe Jate Gorang Gedana.
Prithivite Nagaradi Asamudra Nagaradi Sakale Loi Krishna
Devite Nagaradi Asamudra Nadanadi Sakale Bole Nastana.
Krishna Tava Punya Habe Bhai Krishna Tava Punya Habe Bhai Krishna Tava Punya Habe Krishna Tava Punya Habe তাহলে আনন্দ হয় তবে হয় দিগ্বিজয় চৈতন্যের কৃপা অতিশয়
Kahale Ananda Hoy Kabe Hoy Viki Jai Chaitanya Kripa Atishay.
মায়া দুষ্টর যত দুঃখী জগতে সবাই সুখী বৈষ্ণবের নিচ
Maya Krishna Jata Dukhi Jagate Sabhai Sukhi Vaishnavera Isha Punahoy.
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে পায় কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে পায় সে কার্য যে করিবারে আজ্ঞা জানি দিল মোরে যোগ্য নাহি আতি দীনহীন
Say Kaja Kumare Mare Aja Jari Dilo More Joga Nahi Ati Dina Dina.
তাই সে তোমার কৃপা মাগিতেছি অনুরূপ আজি তুমি সবার প্রবীণ
Sai Se Tomara Kripa Bhava Kese Anurupa Ati Tumi Mabhajana.
কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে পায় কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে পায় কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে কৃষ্ণ তব পুণ্য হবে তোমার সে শক্তি পেলে গুরু সেবা বস্তু মিলে জীবন সাধক যদি হয়
Tomara Sakati Pele Guru Sevaya Pashile Vivana Sakhat Variya.
সেই সে সেবা
Hare Sute Hare
Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe tumi mora chira sakti muliya maya gati kayachi janma janmantare. Aji puna Yesu joga, jadi hai joga joga, kabi puri puri bari. Aji puna Yesu joga, jadi hai joga joga, kabi puri puri bari. Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe bhai. तुम्हारा मिलन भाई अमर से सुख पाए, वो चरण गुरी दीन हो। तुम्हारा मिलन भाई अमर से सुख पाए, वो चरण गुरी दीन हो। कोटबान छुटा छुटी बने खाई लुटा फूटी, सी दिन कभी हरे हो। कोटबान छुटा छुटी बने खाई लुटा फूटी, सी दिन कभी हरे हो। Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe bhai. Aji se subidane tumhara smaran belo, boro ashada ki nam thai. Aji se subidane tumhara smaran belo, boro ashada ki nam thai. Ani tomani to das kai korite aaj, tumi bina anya gati naai. Ani tomani das kai korite aaj, tumi bina anya gati naai. Krishna tava punya habe bhai, Krishna tava punya habe ये पुण्य करिबे जबे राधा रानी खुशी होबे, रुवायती बोली तोमाय ताई। ये पुण्य करिबे जबे राधा रानी खुशी होबे, रुवायती बोली तोमाय ताई। रुवायती बोली तोमाय ताई। रुवायती बोली
Can you play the, and I'll read the translation. O brother, the Supreme Lord Krishna will bestow virtue upon you. But he will do this only when Srimati Radharani first becomes pleased with you. This I surely declare to you. Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who is very dear to Lord Gauranga, the son of Mother Shachi, is unparalleled in his service to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. He is that great saintly spiritual master, most magnanimous within this universe, who bestows devotion to Krishna in various places throughout the world. His desire is very powerful, and thus he is causing the holy name of Lord Gauranga to spread throughout all the countries of the Western world. In all the cities, towns, and villages on the earth, extending to all the oceans, rivers, and streams, everyone may chant the names of Krishna and Rama. Thus all directions will be conquered by a flood of transcendental ecstasy, flowing with the excessive mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When all the miserable living entities that have been corrupted by Maya become happy, then the Vaishnav's desire is fulfilled. Although my Guru Maharaj ordered me to accomplish this mission, I am unworthy to do it, being very fallen and incompetent. That being the case, O Lord Krishna, your mercy is today arising in a befitting manner to make me become worthy, for you are the wisest of all. If you bestow your divine power, then one attains the factual substance which is service to the spiritual master, and life becomes successful. If that service is obtained, then one becomes truly satisfied and ultimately receives your association due to good fortune. Go to 7. Anyway, thus by associating with material desires one after another, I was following the general populace by falling into a blind well full of snakes. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, then the great sage Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve the transcendental position similar to his own. How could I ever leave the service of your servant? O Lord Krishna, you are my eternal companion. Forgetting you, I have suffered the kicking of Maya birth after birth. If today the chance to meet you occurs again, then surely I will be able to rejoin you. O my dear brother, in your company I will experience great joy once again. Wandering about the pastures and fields, I will pass the entire day with you in tending the cows. Joking with you and frolicking throughout so many forests of Vraja, I will enjoy pastimes of stealing and eating one another's lunch. When, oh when, will that day be mine? Today, that remembrance of being with you came to me in a very nice way. Feeling great longing, I called out for you, O Lord Krishna. Only because I am your eternal servant do I desire your association so much. Except for you, I have no other refuge. Well, we're doing the Guru Puja at noon. Yeah. Okay. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Swarupam Shri Rupam Tasyad Rajam Urupurim Maturim Gosvaratim Radha Kundam Girivaram Ahoradika Madhavangsam Prapto Yasya Pratiti Kripaya Shri Gurum Tam Natosmi Hey Guru Jnanadarina Bandho Swadanandata Karunakaika Sindhu Vrindavana Sina Gita Avatar Prasira Radha Pranaya Prachara Hey Dina Bandhu Karunakaika Sindhu Guru Prasadam Mahimanda Mudhe Lakshaparadi Bahupapagande Tadpada Padme Stumitista Krishne Navyopayantya Patikam Kavayastavesham Brahmayusapi Kritam Ritamuda Smaranta Yonantra Prasitam Britam Ashubam Vidunvan Acharya Chaitya Bahusa Swagatim Vayakti. To the lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose mercy I have attained the divine mantra, the service of the son of Sachimata, the association of Srila Swagamodar, Guru Goswami, and the older brother Sanatana Goswami, the supreme abode of the Thura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kund in Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart, the loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhava in Vrindavan. O spiritual master, O giver of divine wisdom, you are the friend of the fallen, you are the giver of your own bliss, and you are the only ocean of mercy. Although dwelling in Vrindavan, you have descended for the welfare of fallen souls like myself, and you are preaching the divine love of Radha for Krishna. Please be kind upon me. O friend of the lowly, O Gurudev, you are the only ocean of mercy. I am a dull fool and have committed hundreds and thousands of offenses. I have fallen into a dense myriad of sins. Therefore grace me with your mercy, so that my mind may be fixed on your lotus feet and on Sri Krishna. O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with the prolonged lifetime of Brahma, for you appear in two features, externally as the Acharya and internally as the Supersoul, to deliver the embodied living being by directing him how to come to you. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, we can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Have our consciousness purified with the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens our darkened eyes and fills our heart with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic emanates, by him angels destroy. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the world. Take shelter. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Pahati Sadma Mondo Muri Savadhanam Yahara Prasade Bhai Baba Koriya Yahara Prasade Bhai Baba Koriya Krishna Prapti Hoya Krishna Prapti Hoya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Shintete Koriya Jagya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Shintete Koriya Arana Koriyo Manikasha Arana Koriyo Manikasha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttamakati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttamakati Prasade Pure Sakata Ye Prasade Pure Sarvata Shakshudana Diloje Janme Janme Prabhu Se Shakshudana Diloje Janme Janme Prabhu Se
Bhakti jaha hoite avidya vinasayante. Prema bhakti jaha hoite avidya vinasayante. Vedagaya haracharito. Vedagaya haracharito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanara Bandhu. Oh, Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanara Bandhu. Lokena Gokera Divana. Lokena Gokera Divana. Ha ha Prabhu Toro Goya Deho More Twara Jaya. Kutu Tripuvana. Ebeya Kutu Tripuvana. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada.
Namo.
Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava ki jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai, Prem se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gokopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan ki jai, Sri Vrindavan Dham ki jai, Sri Mayapur Navadip Dham ki jai, Sri Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai, Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki jai, Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi ki jai, Samveta Bhaktivinoda ki jai. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. Shri Maha Mahotsav Mahatiti Srila Prabhupada's Avirbhav ki jai. Gaur Premanande. Now we can start with some readings and offerings. So please make yourselves comfortable. Hare Krishna. Welcome everyone to our celebration of Srila Prabhupada's Divine Appearance Day here at ISKCON of Silicon Valley. If you're joining us online from various places, we're so glad to have you. Thank you everyone who's come in this morning, even though we were up all night last night. What a gorgeous festival. Unsurpassed. And this morning we'll be hearing devotees read their offerings to Srila Prabhupada. This is a tradition that the followers of the spiritual master, the disciples of the spiritual master, and the followers, especially in ISKCON, of our founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada, in a kind of exhibition of one's faith and realization, make these offerings around the time of the appearance of the spiritual master, whether one's a direct disciple or the disciple of a disciple or disciple of the disciple of the disciple. Can I have that book stand, please, that's up against the window? I think I put it up there last night. It kind of looks like it goes there, but it goes here. And every year, devotees make what's called a Vyasa Puja book. And it has a collection of offerings of devotees from all over the world. They're mentioned in categories. And you'll see one of the books on Srila Prabhupada's Vyasasana, because I offered it to him this morning. Thank you. You can turn those the other way. Just turn them. Thank you. But I haven't had a chance to read it yet, so I don't know what's in it. And Madhuri Saki is making a list of some of the devotees who have offerings to read, and we'll work in as many devotees as we can this morning, because the offering is at 12 o'clock. That is, some of the disciples of Prabhupada have been cooking for the last few days to offer him a feast. There are certain preparations that he liked, and so they are making those preparations so that that will be at 12 o'clock. And then after that, we'll have another Guru Puja and a kirtan, and then after that, there'll be prasadam for everyone. And I'm just guessing, but I think there'll be more devotees closer to prasadam time. And just looking to see who wrote the introduction and how long it is. I'm going to read the introduction just to have as a warm-up, the introduction to this Sri Vyasa Puja offering to Prabhupada. Actually, the introduction is talking about how a new team is making these books. Up until last year, it was Dravida Prabhu exclusively working alone to do all the layout work, the editing. Of course, the layout work was done by Archita Prabhu, but really Dravida Prabhu took responsibility for these offerings for decades. I know, because I was late several times, or more than several, and we exchanged words about it. And then the meaning of Sri Vyasa Puja, it's written by Dravida, so I'm going to read that as an appreciation of Dravida Prabhu for his many years of service. Understanding the meaning of Vyasa Puja begins with understanding the full import of the well-known verse Srila Prabhupada chose to begin his introduction to Bhagavad Gita as it is. Oma jnana timirandasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshur unmilitam yena tasmai shri gurave namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. That torch of knowledge which Srila Prabhupada acknowledged his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, had enlightened him with, and which Srila Prabhupada in turn enlightened his disciples with, is the same transcendental knowledge Narada imparted to his disciple, Srila Vyasadeva, who in turn bestowed it upon his disciples and embodied in the voluminous Vedic library he wrote, culminating with Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada would often describe the bona fide spiritual master as a transparent medium through which the transcendental knowledge could flow down from Lord Krishna himself through the parampara, unimpeded and undistorted, to the submissive disciples eager to hear. So, Vyasa Puja is the formal offering of glorification, worship, and expressions of heartfelt gratitude to Srila Prabhupada on his appearance day, because he is the genuine representative of Vyasadeva. Srila Prabhupada embodies not only the essence of Vedic knowledge Vyasadeva taught, but also his mood of compassion, exemplified by his writing down the Vedas, which had previously been taught and received orally, to make the knowledge accessible to the benighted people of Kali Yuga, whose minds would be too disturbed for them to simply hear and remember the words of wisdom. Look up benighted. It's spelled B-E-N-I-G-H-T-E-D. At the urging of his beloved guru, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada courageously undertook the Herculean task of traveling alone and virtually penniless to the West at an advanced age, founding the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, managing the latter while circling the world 14 times and writing commented English translations of the essential Bhakti Shastras, the Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and in the form of a summary study, the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and setting up the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust to publish his books, translate them into all the languages of the world, and provide them to his growing legions of disciples so they could study them and distribute them by the millions. Just as attending Mangalartik and singing the Sri Guru Vashtaka should awaken a deep sense of gratitude in the hearts of all devotees present, whether Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples or his grand or great-grand disciples, every member of ISKCON who participates in the festivities of Sri Vyasa Puja should feel that their real treasure is Srila Prabhupada's boundless mercy, which impelled him to wholeheartedly embrace the spirit of Paradhukaduki and bestow upon all of us the many ways we can nourish our Krishna consciousness in ISKCON. In this vein, I've written the following poem, the Srila Prabhupada Kripashtaka. I won't be able to do it justice. Only Dravida Prabhu could do that. Trapped within samsara's all-devouring, blazing fire, we had no hope of rescue till your guru's strong desire inspired and empowered you to boldly cross the sea and teach the truths of bhakti, so some souls would be set free. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Patiently you taught us how to chant the holy name, and how to dance, and how to sing, and what was life's true aim. And thus you gave us Lord Chaitanya's teachings unalloyed, and saved us from the all-devouring Mayavadi void. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. When Krishna Bhakti spread and you had centers here and there, you introduced the worship of the deities so fair. And soon throughout the world their lordships smiled upon your crew and nourished strong devotion to themselves and unto you. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Prasadam was your special weapon, no one could resist. Once the Sunday feast had started, no one could desist. Halva, sweet rice, crisp pakoras, sabjis, puris, rice. With these and other preps, you did our tongues and hearts entice. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. The books you showered down upon the masses and on us taught Scripture's sacred essence, bhakti, pure and nectarous. And while you wrote and relished Sri Sri Radha Krishna's name, and form and pastimes, qualities and everlasting fame, O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. While managing your ISKCON with the whole world as your stage, meeting, preaching, traveling like a person half your age, you serve their lordship Sri Sri Radha Krishna in your heart, arranging for their pastimes in Vrindavan's secret part. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. The Guru is as good as God, you said, and some were shocked. But you had simply quoted Scripture. You did not concoct. And sure enough, for those who worship you as they would God, the path of bhakti opens wide and joyfully is trod. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. If you bestow your mercy, then Sri Krishna gives his too. But if your mercy's lacking, then there's nothing we can do. So every day we should reflect upon your life sublime and vow to serve you always with our body, words, and mind. O Prabhupada, your mercy is my only treasure now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. I pray that my small hymn, though lacking literary worth, presented to remind us of your pastimes on this earth, may find some favor both with you and with your devotees, who hover round your lovely feet like maddened bees. That's definitely Rasabasa. O Prabhupada, I pray that bestow your mercy now. Unto your soothing lotus feet I bow. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Javita Prabhu ki jai. This is one of the heavier versions. We had to print these on print on demand because they were made in Europe and we wouldn't get them in time. So Malini went out of her way to make sure there was a few copies. But it's extremely heavy. Okay, let's see what we have here. Is everybody here? Okay. First we'll have Krishna Keshav Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Where is he? Oh, he's not here? He's here, but you couldn't find him. Okay, next up is Jamuna Devi. And Devavrata Prabhu. Oh, that's not you? Okay. Deva Vara? Vrara. That's Vrara. Vrara? Devavrata. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We're off to a slow start this morning. Where's Devavrata? You're going to start us off, please? Please come up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Om Jnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shalakoya Chakshurun Minitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Anadana Srinam Dante Ridam Yache Puna Puna Shriman Rupa Padambojo Dudisyam Jamajanmani Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschachari Shatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to your selfless, unmatched service to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and all glories to your dedicated followers for carrying forward that selfless service into the future. This past year in Los Angeles, we have seen a growth of young men and women taking to Krishna consciousness. This is due partly to the inauguration of Bhaktivedanta Youth Services, an infrastructure of preaching projects meant to focus on youth between the ages of 17 and 26. We have done this with the hope that you'll be pleased with our effort to train a new generation of Krishna conscious leaders and followers to take responsibility for carrying your movement into the future. In 1970, you wrote the following letter to His Grace Gajendra Prabhu, encouraging him with that same mission. The younger generation, quote, "The younger generation is our future hope. Bamboo, while it is green, can be bent and carved, but while it is yellow and ripe, if there is any attempt to bend it, it cracks. Krishna is ever youthful, original person, and he gathers around him all young boys and girls as cowherd boys and gopis in his eternal Vrindavan Leela. So try seriously to impress upon the young hearts, and you will be successful." Actually, Srila Prabhupada, this was your vision from the very beginning of your mission. You had a keen interest in giving Krishna consciousness to the youth of the world. This is because you understood that if an impression of Krishna consciousness could be made on the youth, that would guarantee the continuation of the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya, not only in India, but all over the world. As early as 1967, you predicted this phenomenon in a letter to Satsvarup Maharaj, where you state this emphatically. Quote, "Our movement is certainly very much appealing to the younger section of your country, and if we are successful in the matter of attracting the student community in your country, certainly this movement will scatter all over the world, and the foretelling of Lord Chaitanya that in every town and village of the world, the Lord will be famous for his glorious Sankirtan movement. Please try for this with your heart and soul, and your life will be a successful mission. It is our ambition at Bhaktivedanta Youth Services to preserve this legacy of focusing on the youth of America. How exactly do we plan on achieving this? By doing it the way you did it, through organization and intelligence. Before you came to America, you wrote in your preface of the Srimad Bhagavatam that by introducing Srimad Bhagavatam among students of colleges and universities, the demoniac face of society will change. By your mercy and the mercy of your dear disciples, we have begun distributing Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and your own Lilamrita among students at universities on a daily basis. The effect of this is that students are becoming devotees. From one Srimad Bhagavatam set, we have been connected to a student in San Luis Obispo who is now taking the lead of hosting a program of chanting, Bhagavad Gita classes, and prasadam. We call the program Wisdom Talks, and this is the prototype of what we want to establish in many cities all over Southern California and the West Coast. When Mukunda, Gurudas, Shamasundar, Janaki, Yamun, and Malati first went to London, you gave them, a group of youths, the following vision. Quote, the purpose of the World Sankirtan Party will to be establish a center in each and every city and village of the world. The World Sankirtan Party should consist of members who can impress spiritual ecstasy in the hearts of the people so that some of them may come forward and agree to establish a center where the Sankirtan Party may go on continually. From this letter we learn that you are not only interested in seeing the youth take to Krishna consciousness, but you are also keenly interested to see that they take up responsibility to spread Krishna consciousness themselves. In fact, it is not only your desire to see the youth of the world preach Krishna consciousness, but the desire of our acharyas. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, at the conclusion of his paper, Gauranga Samaj, says the following, educate some selfless people of good character and give them a responsibility of itinerant preaching in every town and village. Most blessed indeed are they who can do this. Upon your first meeting at the age of 22 with your beloved Guru Maharaj, His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he instructed you to preach the message of Lord Chaitanya. Indeed, in your 1961 Vyasa Puja offering to him, you express how he desired to see youth hostels for Krishna consciousness in London, a place which you considered in that offering a place of barbarians. Indeed, all the Goswamis of Vrindavan joined Mahaprabhu in their 20s. It is our conviction that in a world which is becoming more and more divided, turbulent, and outright disastrous, that simply by focusing on the distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam in every town and village, a revolution and a misdirected civilization can take place. Furthermore, when outposts where people can get the association of spiritually ecstatic devotees are established, a new generation of devotees, Western devotees, can come forward to take responsibility for the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. On this divine day of your Vyasa Puja, we humbly admit that we lack the resources, purity, and depth of Krishna consciousness needed in order to fulfill such a noble endeavor. But we take solace in the fact that you often emphasize, quote, it doesn't require much qualification, you simply repeat with firm conviction. Surely, if we accept the thankless task of spreading Krishna consciousness throughout the world, our loving grandfather will be there to protect and empower us. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, your grand disciples of Bhakti Vedanta Youth Services. Hare Krishna.
Thank you to Deva Vrata Prabhu for bringing your spiritual tejas here and for that amazing offering, which gives us a blueprint for success in North America. We deeply appreciate it. Next, Jamuna Devi. Please welcome her. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you.
Somebody be in charge of the microphone. You make sure it's for everyone so they don't have to do it, okay? Whenever necessary.
Sorry, I have some notes here. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to you on this most auspicious day. This year, I've been meditating on the many gifts that you have left us. You've left us many temples all over the world to visit and do service at, and you have left us volumes and volumes of books filled with your teachings. And the gift that I've been the most grateful for in meditating on this year is the gift that you've left us so many of your disciples. Your disciples are living examples of all of the other gifts that you've left behind. They show us how to manage temples. They activate your teachings for us so that we can understand them. And they always encourage us to understand you. Dear Srila Prabhupada, my biggest hope is that we can properly learn from the disciples that are here so we can learn how to properly manage and care for this most precious gift of a movement that you've left us. Hare Krishna. Your most humble servant, Jamuna Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Jamuna Devi, for taking so much service in the Sankirtan movement, being an example of humble follower, a servant of the servant of the servant. Who's next? Kanka. Now we invite the venerable and very senior devotee of Prabhupada, Kanka Devi. Please, are you going to come up? You thought Krishna Kesha was going to go first? Be ready for anything, everybody. Please be ready for anything. Krishna Keshava Prabhu, please come up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Kaurvani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, in my previous meditation, I was reminiscing the gifts that I have received from you in the form of your books, the Association of Devotees, including this beautiful community at ISV, my spiritual master, the Divine Holy Name, and the wonderful devotional experiences that I have received that are not only sustaining me, but encouraging me to move forward on this devotional path. Standing today in front of you in the morning, I was praying that I continue to know very little about you, even though I have spent some time in this movement. I still hanker to have a sweeter relationship with you. In Nectar of Instruction, it's mentioned that a loving exchange requires reciprocity. And it is on me to be able to give back something, no matter how insignificant it would be. The result would be a sweeter relationship, probably a window into your thoughts. But what could I offer you? It is said the best thing to offer back to Ganges is Ganges water, because that is purest. So I went through the 7 purposes of ISKCON to align myself and see how, as a participant of your wonderful movement in this world and beyond, I can align myself and contribute something that I could continue, that could help or continue to push your desire forward. And I wanted to set a goal for myself. So one of the purposes that stood out for me amongst the 7 purposes was to bring the members of the society together with each other and nearer to Krishna, and thus to develop the idea within the members and humanity at large that each soul is part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I thought through my current circumstances and wanted to have some concrete goals by which I could personally help pushing this vision forward. So Srila Prabhupada, today I want to, you've given me a lot. It is my desire that I can offer my, whatever I have gained from here to benefit others that need it. I continue to receive your mercy, the mercy of your divine disciples and disciples of them in form of their instructions, and live exemplary life such that I can be a good example, not only for my near and dear ones, but also extending the circle of influence so that others are also benefited by that. One of the purposes that you had was to open so many temples, and you have done a lot. And now one of the things that are coming up is, as the society is becoming large, there needs to be many satellites around these moons. So I wish that the new house that I have acquired, I could use it in your service in some way, opening that doors to those who want to come nearer to Krishna, such that the chain of those temples gets extended and reaches to many people who may not be able to reach the temples immediately. So on a personal level, I want to make that commitment and align myself with the purposes that you have incorporated this society for, with the view that that will give me a window into your thoughts and a sweeter relationship with you. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, everyone, for your kind attention. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Krishna Keshav Prabhu, for your heartfelt offering to Srila Prabhupada and for the service you're doing. And now we have the venerable and very senior disciple of Prabhupada, Kanka Devi Dasi, who reads Prabhupada's books with gusto, who also comes to all the programs, even though she has to drive at least an hour to get here on a treacherous road that is dangerous for all living entities. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Om Ganati Mirandasya Ganagana Salakaya Chakshura Militam Jaina Tasma Shri Gurave Namaha. I'd like to just start out thanking everyone here at ISV, Vaisheshika and Nirkula, and all the wonderful devotees. It's always extremely inspiring to be here. And this is a very emotional day for me. Uh-oh. I hope I can talk. But I wanted to thank everybody. And I also want to emphasize just quickly two verses from Srimad Bhagavatam. I have now... Hold on, I have to take these off. I have now received the purpose of my life because a great and merciful soul like you has shown such kindness to me. You have personally spoken to me this narration of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Hari, who is without beginning or end. That was Maharaj Parikshit thanking Sukadeva Goswami. And that's kind of how I feel about Srila Prabhupada. He's just giving us so much all the time. And to be here and see the results of Srila Prabhupada. I was listening to a class the other day, and he was telling... It was in India, and he was telling the Indian people, it's your duty to spread this Hare Krishna movement throughout the world. And I was thinking to myself, here he is calling in the Indian people, because when I joined the Hare Krishna movement, there weren't any Indian people. We were the ones in the U.S. spreading the Hare Krishna movement. One girl joined, her name was Sunita, a couple years after I was in Brooklyn, and she became one of our biggest book distributors. So this verse is so applicable, and then I have another one that I'd like to share. My dear King, although Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. Simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom. So, Prabhupada, you have given us this Krishna consciousness, and one of the things I always remember very clearly is you said, chant and be happy. And I want to emphasize how important the chanting is. Now that we are all aging and many of us are passing away, how else can we remember Krishna but by taking shelter of the holy name? So I want to encourage everyone, please chant, chant, chant. My dear Srila Prabhupada, every day I think of your life, what you accomplished and what you've given to me and to the world. You worked hard to raise your 5 children, becoming a successful businessman, and taking care of your father and many other family members. Throughout these early years, you never forgot the request of your beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. This was your goal, to fulfill his request to come to the West and to teach the science of Krishna consciousness to the English-speaking people. We are so fortunate to have books like the Lilamrita by Satsarup Maharaj and the Life of Time of Preparation by my dear god sister, Malaprakriti Prabhu. These biographies describe your trials and tribulations. You worked so hard at every step, starting the League of Devotees, writing and distributing Back to Godhead magazine, translating and printing the first 3 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam. And if any of you have a chance to watch the Hare Krishna movie that Yadubara did, that also is an amazing biography on Prabhupada's life. You were never discouraged by the many difficulties that tried to block your progress toward your goal. You always exhibited all the qualities of a pure devotee, including compassion, patience, perseverance, and enthusiasm. You sat alone on the steps of the Skandia Steamship Company for 5 hours waiting to meet Sumati Maharaji. First, she denied your request for passage to America. She said, "Swami, you are too old and it is too cold." But you persisted. The ocean voyage was extremely difficult. You suffered 2 heart attacks. And you prayed to Krishna, and in a dream, he promised to calm the seas so that you could tolerate the voyage. After arriving in Boston Harbor, the captain said they had never had such a calm crossing of the Atlantic. There are so many wonderful pastimes in Butler, Pennsylvania, early New York, and San Francisco, but they were not without challenges. You have taught us by your example how to weather the storms in life by always taking shelter of the holy names, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and Chaitanya Charitamrita, and the Association of Devotees. I feel so incredibly fortunate that one day in April of 1970, I met 2 of your disciples in Berlin, Germany. They had one pamphlet in English, Krishna the Reservoir of Pleasure, and another essay titled, Who is Crazy? After reading these 2 essays, I knew I had found the man I was looking for. From that day on, I started chanting the Hare Krishna mantra and took initiation in July of 1971. I feel so fortunate that I'm allowed to be part of this incredible Hare Krishna movement. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. This is so hard, I can't talk anymore. I'm grateful to be here, grateful to have Prabhupada in my life, and grateful to have all of you in my life. And I know more and more how valuable this chanting is. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Kanka Devi. We deeply appreciate your example for so many years in Krishna consciousness. Thank you for being part of this community. Hare Krishna. Now we have Mahaguna Devi. I saw her go by in the hallway. I hope she's not hiding somewhere. Coming. Dozo. Hare Krishna. Mahaguna is a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. She's also the wife of Satyadev Prabhu. She's one of the first devotees Prabhupada ever initiated who's Japanese in Japan. And he's been a stalwart devotee for many decades, since at least 1970. Let's welcome Mahaguna Devi.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhuttare Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhu Swami Itanamini Namaste Saraswati Devi Garbhani Pacharini Nevasesa Sunyabadi Paskatya Desatarini. Well, as always, I'm not very prepared, so I just have to speak from whatever comes to my mind. I have always have very great appreciation to what Prabhupada had told me. From the very beginning, I didn't understand very much English, so my understanding of Krishna consciousness was very, very little. But I heard, first thing I remember those English words was eat, dance, chant, and be happy. That was easy enough for me to understand. And then I think eating part I do very well. And dancing, I was doing very well until I get older. And chanting was not very easy, and then I'm still struggling. And maybe because of that, my happiness is like up and down. And I was, this last couple of days, I have, and my husband also, Sachidev, helped me cut up the plums for Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja offering of plum chutney. And in about 2-3 hours cutting plums, our body was aching, our back was aching, my fingers were trembling, and I felt, we are coming to the end. It's not like we don't have that much time left. And then I remember what Prabhupada had given us, that very simple things. He also said, you are not this body. And then when I heard that, I couldn't quite understand. He said, the body means not only this body, but your senses, your mind, your intelligence. That was like way beyond me that time. But now, after 50 some years of practicing Krishna consciousness, that I have to check myself all the time that I'm in my thoughts, I'm in my feelings, and I'm in my body all the time, thinking that's me. I'm identifying all this stuff. And that is very, that's a material bodily consciousness, bodily material consciousness. Then, because I am the spirit soul, and then I am the part of Krishna, which has all the pleasure in me, all the happiness in me. The reason I can't become happy all the time is because I can't recognize myself as a spirit soul and thinking I'm this body. And Prabhupada had said many places that you can measure your advancement in spiritual path, how much you are detached from material things. That's including my mind and my intelligence, my senses, my body, whatever, not just the things that we have. Of course, I have a strong attachment to my things as well, too. But, so I really have to check myself every day, every moment. Am I really following what Prabhupada taught me at the very beginning? And he had taught me for us to go back to Godhead, all the way to go back to Godhead. But we are, I am just not taking it seriously, or I'm not taking it in a way that Prabhupada had wanted us to see and practice. So for the rest of my short life, that's what I want to do. I want to remember what Prabhupada had taught me in the very beginning. And then hopefully someday that I could see him face to face again. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mahaguna Devi, for your sincere offering and telling us about some of the instructions that Prabhupada personally gave you in the very beginning. And now we have a devotee who's well known to all of us here at ISV, Jagarini Devi. Everything you see around here in the temple room, she helped to facilitate and design when we bought this building. Jagarini, please come up. Hare Krishna. Jagarini is a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. She actually joined the movement in 1972 with Nirakula. They were best friends, ran away from home together, and walked into the Los Angeles temple, surrendered to Prabhupada, and have been doing service ever since. Hare Krishna.
Haribol. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Pramam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Budale. Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tinamani. Namaste Saraswati Devi. Gauravani Pachardane. Nirvashesha Sunyavadi Paskatyade Satarane. I tried to write, and my mind became flooded with so many thoughts and so many things to be grateful for, so many instructions, so many accomplishments, and I wasn't able to sort them out. And I sat down with pen to paper 3 or 4 times, giving myself like at least an hour each time, and I just couldn't break through. So I just wrote down some bullet points, and I thought I could kind of go from there. But so, my dear Srila Prabhupada, today, let me get the right, okay. Today we're celebrating your 127th anniversary of your glorious appearance. And I'm more than ecstatically delighted to cook for your feast, to help with flowers, to offer you flowers, to I don't even remember anymore, it's so many things. To listen to the outpouring of glorification by your disciples and grand disciples. Nothing makes me happier, but at the same time, I'm flooded with sadness also on this day. I was 19 years old when I took initiation from you, Srila Prabhupada, when you accepted me as your disciple, and I was 24 years old when you left us, physically. And I don't think I'm alone in feeling like, or at least at that time, we all felt it's too soon. How are we going to do it? It's way too soon. Daisheshika Prabhu knows better than anyone else as a book distributor that Srila Prabhupada had promised us if we doubled book distribution, he would never leave us. But what he meant was, spiritually, he didn't mean physically present, but we thought he meant his presence would stay with us. So even though Srila Prabhupada was, 81 years old when he passed, we didn't think he was old, right? We never saw him as old. Devotees had a hard time keeping up with him on the morning walks. Devotees had a hard time keeping up with his translating work, and we were all in our prime. And yet, he was never rushed or flustered or aggravated, or he was beautiful always. I remember one, it's on a memory tape, one of our godbrothers talked about this college in India that wanted to, or they studied Srila Prabhupada's video recordings of his giving classes and such. And they were amazed that all of his movements were actually mudras. So even when he spoke, when he gave classes, the way he moved his hands, they all were mudras. So Prabhupada was beautiful, kind, compassionate, brilliant. Devotees would try to correct him from time to time, and they'd find themselves, right? There's some stories. I remember one with Vyasa Puja is correcting Prabhupada on something. I don't know the story exactly, but I remember Prabhupada just kind of made him feel foolish at the end of it because he didn't know as much. But so I was feeling myself thinking about how young I was and how fortunate. I mean, it's always on Vyasa Puja Day that we really think about this. And Prabhupada told the story, I probably told you already, he told us once in LA that there's a little turtle floating on the ocean. Has anybody heard this about the turtle? It's very nice, it'll stick with you. So there's a little turtle and he's floating on the ocean, the big vast ocean, little teeny turtle, he's just floating around. On that same ocean is a log, just in some other place. The log is on the ocean too, floating. So the log is floating on the ocean, the turtle's floating on the ocean. The turtle decides he needs to get some air. So the turtle pokes his head up to get air, and it goes right through a knot in that log. And Prabhupada said, that's the chance of meeting the pure devotee in your lifetime. So I think of that story all the time, and I wonder why me? At such a young age, when Nirkula and I were told by Jaitirtha, who was the temple president in LA, that we were going to be initiated, I think it was in a day or two. It might have been tomorrow you're getting initiated, something like that. I immediately said to her, let's get our noses pierced. And that's what we did. We ran off to get our noses pierced to celebrate. We were kids, we were teenagers. And the thing is that the movement was filled with people our age. So not only did Srila Prabhupada struggle, as Kanka mentioned earlier, but then when he started his movement, he had to deal with a movement full of teenagers and young adults. And that was also difficult. But he never showed it. He only showed us love and compassion and guidance. And his books illuminated our lives, and for the world. There's never been anything like it in the world so powerful as Prabhupada's books, really, spiritually speaking. The acharyas, to that point, were waiting for that to happen. We're preparing for that to happen. And then when Srila Bhaktisiddhanta sent Srila Prabhupada to do that, all of Prabhupada's godbrothers, they didn't think it was going to happen. A few of them had already tried. They didn't have faith in him. So he didn't even have the support of his godbrothers. When he came here, he was alone. And even it would seem the elements were against him, right? He suffered heart attacks, and but he just stuck with it. He wanted to please his guru. And when it all happened for him, he gave all the credit to his Guru Maharaj. So keep Srila Prabhupada in your hearts. We're all on our, as Vaisheshika Prabhu says, the bell lap. I think there were 6 godbrothers that passed away this past month in Alachua. So we're at the edge of the cliff, and we need all your prayers. Srila Prabhupada would be so pleased because his grand-disciples, my experience is his grand-disciples are much sweeter than we were when we joined. They're much, much sweeter. So please keep Prabhupada in the center. You all have your wonderful spiritual masters that are guiding you very nicely to go back to Godhead. But always remember that Srila Prabhupada is the Acharya of ISKCON, and that all of your instructions from your Guru Maharajas are coming from Srila Prabhupada. It's his formula. He's the genius. So keep that in your mind and in your hearts. And thank you all so much. Hare Krishna.
Haribo. Thank you very much, Jagarini Devi, for your profound insights and encouragements. And now we have Radhaballabh Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्तस्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे। Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So, when I think of Srila Prabhupada, I think him like one of the greatest spiritual revolutionary person who brought in a very magical way actually, but without any mysticism. He was not a mystic guru in that sense. Of course, Prabhupada said, everything happens because of chanting, but then just by his love, just by his sincere efforts to serve Krishna and his Guru, he has manifested a spiritual society that we have never seen in the history of the entire world. And it's our great fortune to somehow or other become part of it because of Srila Prabhupada's disciples and their disciples. Like that, the Siksha Gurus and the Diksha Gurus and the wonderful personalities, diverse personalities, and how they inspire, and the philosophy. The philosophy is like I was reading many books before coming to Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. There are very nice writings, and it will be very pleasing, entertaining, but it will never give any conclusion about situations or the goal. A lot of haziness, a lot of blurriness. But when I started, listening from Prabhupada disciples, like grand disciples also, I could immediately connect to the questions that I have been asking and getting the answers very quickly. And that's where the relationship built stronger because of the philosophy and the books. But looking at his personality, his dedication, like we have been serving Janmashtami, sleeping very less hours. But it was, every day it was like that for Prabhupada, more or less, like few hours of sleep. And on the Janmashtami day, he would like make it even more, more intense. There are many pastimes. So it's our great honor and pleasure to be, part of this. And if we can just, follow and follow sincerely, I think that will be good. Hariva.
Giriraj Mars is here. Let's just, is he in the parking lot? Okay. Let's just greet Maharaj. We can stand up and have a kirtan and then we'll sit back down again. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare. We welcome His Holiness Giri Raj Swami back to ISKCON of Silicon Valley. Okay, we're counting down till 12 o'clock, so we're also watching the clock. And now we have Kunjari will making her offering to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. You might as well wait. You can wait a minute. Just leave it there. Kunjari, please.
Happy birthday, dear Prabhupada. Please. Mama, I need to drink water.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Swagatam Suswagatam.
What to speak? I don't know what to speak.
You know the story. You wanted to share the story? Then you can share the story.
But I don't know what to speak before the story.
Just say happy birthday, Prabhupada. That's good. You want to speak later?
Later.
Okay, come.
No, right.
It's a lot of pressure to sit and speak. Kunjari has a lot of powerful realizations. She's also an excellent speaker. But to sit in an assembly like this and then suddenly extemporaneously speak it's a huge challenge. But we appreciate your effort or your intention. Kunjari, thank you. Who's next? Where's Nikula? Okay, Vaikuntapati Prabhu. Hare Krishna, welcome.
जय नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे Srila Prabhupada, whatever I am today is only because of you, not because of anything else. Of course, I am coming from an Orthodox Brahmin family, but the way you have taught us the love of Godhead, I don't think I have been taught that. I can just imagine how much of effort you must have taken to teach your disciples so many things that today they are all able to pass on the teaching to us so well and really help us to develop that love for God. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, Lord Chaitanya Bhagavan is talking about Jiveridaya. And for that, the best example can be nobody else other than you. You have also talked in your purports about the Paropakari. And I can't think of a better Paropakari than you, where you could give so much of teachings to us. Who gave us this Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, the teachings in the Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, translated into English and gave it to us? Nobody had done it. In the past, some people had tried, but they could not spread it as effectively as you could do it for us. Who taught us how to do the deity decoration? We saw yesterday and today we can see how beautifully the deities are decorated, Radha Madan Mohanji. Who taught us this? Was there anything like this shown to us before? No. When Prabhupada went to America, he left all his Vaishnava association, all his God brothers association he left. He had no Vaishnava association at that time when he went. He had nobody to even sort out any problems or any obstacles he was facing at that time, except depending upon his Guru and Krishna. By that he taught us that anything in life depend upon Krishna and depend upon the Guru. Who taught us how to make sumptuous prasadam, how to do it, how to distribute it, how to honor the prasadam, how to offer bhoga to the Lord and how to honor the prasadam. It was again taught to us by Srila Prabhupada. Is it not? Who taught us this Vaishnava etiquettes, how to deal with the Vaishnavas, how to behave with Vaishnavas? Again, it was Srila Prabhupada who taught us these things. The most important thing, how to develop that love for God, and that we can see in his disciples, and they are the best walking examples for us. They are all walking Bhagavatas. We can still see how much of commitment they have, how much of dedication they had for Srila Prabhupada, their Guru, and how they sacrificed their own lives. Just like Prabhupada was sacrificing everything to satisfy his Guru and Krishna, similarly, his disciples are the best examples for us to learn how to sacrifice, how to dedicate ourselves to Lord, to Gurus. Sorry, Maharaj, am I saying something wrong?
No, I'm relishing.
Okay, all right. Okay. So, all these things he has taught us, and who can be a better Paropakari than that, than Srila Prabhupada? Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I'm not finished. So next coming to, we have also been taught about chanting, right? Now ISKCON means chanting. Anyone who meet outside, you say you're ISKCON member, then they will say, oh, you're also chanting Hare Krishna. So Hare Krishna mantra is so much associated with ISKCON. I just want to narrate one incident. In Bombay, I come from Bombay, Mumbai. So there, Jir, he is the head of Sri Vaishnava Sampradaya. You have heard this name, Jir? He is based in Ahobilam. He is based in Ahobilam, and there is a Ahobili Mutt in Bombay. He came there, and I had gone there with my family, and I paid that full Sashtang Pranam to him. And I was in this Vaishnava dress, the ISKCON dress, I'll put it like this, with tilak, kantimala, and everything, and the japa bag also. After I paid my Sashtang Pranam to him, and when I got up, there was a smile. Normally, GS don't talk to anybody. He smiled at me and said, so you're from ISKCON? I said, yes. Do you chant 16 rounds daily? I said, yes, I do chant. He said, ISKCON is the only institution which is really spreading this Harinam. He said, ISKCON is the only institution which is really spreading this Harinam all over the world. There is no other institution which has taken it up so seriously. He was telling this. And who gave us this? chanting the holy name of the Lord, and the importance of chanting the holy name of the Lord, and the effects of chanting the holy name of the Lord, all these things were given by Srila Prabhupada to us. And Vaishnava Seva and association of devotees, another great subject matter given to us. Yesterday, Giriraj Maharaj, His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj, was talking about Sadhu Sangha and explaining that Sadhu Sangha means associating with someone who is better in knowledge than us. Am I right, Maharaj? That's what you said yesterday. He said that. And this Sadhu Sangha, how to learn, how to serve the senior disciples, how to serve the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, all these things we have learned from Srila Prabhupada. How can we not be grateful to you, Prabhupada? How can we not spread your message? How can we not talk your glories to whomsoever we meet? We will be very ungrateful if we do not glorify you, if we do not spread your message. Ultimately, that is what you want. You want the message of Krishna to be spread everywhere in the world. That's what you are desirous for. Srila Prabhupada, on this auspicious appearance day of yours, I really beg your mercy for all the devotees of ISKCON, wherever they are, so that they dedicate themselves to Krishna conscious movement and spread your message as much as possible. We have not been very fortunate to serve you directly, but at least we are having an opportunity to serve your disciples. And we are having an opportunity to serve the other devotees also. Thank you very much, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Vaikuntha Pati Prabhu, for giving us a vision of how we can reach Vaikuntha because of your example. Hare Krishna. And now ask His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj to speak. You can put the mic on. Yes. It's very heavy. Actually, I'm going to give you the book stand too. I'll bring it. I can't even lift it. It's a very heavy book. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It's all you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschatya Desha Dharine Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace and to your unparalleled service and mercy. When I joined the Boston Temple in 1969, Satsvarupa Das was the temple president and also the editor of BTG, and he always wanted articles for the magazine. So I wrote one entitled The Genuine Spiritual Master. And by the time the issue with my article reached you in February of 1971, I was with you in Gorakhpur, India. After reading my article, you called for me. The temple room was dimly lit. Only some narrow shafts of light piercing through the slim openings in the wooden shutters along the side. Sitting alone on your raised cushion at the far end of the room, you are the very image of the eternal spiritual master, and your voice resonated with the truth of eternal time. I sat at your feet, eyes and ears wide open. I saw your article in Back to Godhead, you said. It was very nice. You should write. This is your first business. Go on writing. We require many, many such articles about Krishna consciousness. So you should devote yourself to writing. I will try, I said. But why are you asking me? I have no special qualification. We require many to do this work, and we need you also. So you travel with me, and I will guide you. You come and stay with me. I felt thrilled and honored. You had never before given me a direct instruction. In fact, we had hardly ever spoken, and now you were inviting me to stay with you. I felt a little intimidated and wondered how it would work. Also, I had always worked under my authorities, who would tell them about the proposal. So I asked, how will we decide whether I should travel with you or what I should do? You replied, by mutual consultation. And you instructed me, see that my books are accepted in the universities by the scholarly class. Then you asked if I ever thought of getting married. No, I said, I never think of getting married. And after a moment I added, the only time I ever thought of getting married was when I saw that all the GBCs were married, because I thought they were like in a higher category. You will never be GBC. You will never be GBC, you said, and you continued, it is best to avoid marriage. Sex desire is like an itch. If you have an itch and you scratch it, it just becomes worse. Similarly, sex desire is there, and if you try to satisfy it, it becomes worse. So it is better to tolerate. Not only sex desire, all the demands of the senses, eating and sleeping also. So better to tolerate. So you remain brahmachari, and after 2 or 3 years, I will give you sannyas. In a matter of minutes, you had given me my whole life's program in Krishna consciousness. I was always thinking of you then. Yeah, we were staying in a very nice estate in Gorakhpur, which had been the former residence of Sri Hanuman Prasad Podar, the head of the Gita Press. So I was always thinking of you then. Sometimes at night, I couldn't even sleep. I would just be thinking of how wonderful you were. I would stand on the balcony near your room and look out over the surrounding fields at the stars and the bright moon. I was in so much ecstasy that you had read my article and invited me to travel with you. And I experienced an awakening in my heart of a type of affection I had never felt before. Over the years, you repeated your instruction for me to write. In a letter to me dated August 12th, 1971, you wrote, "In the midst of your heavy duties, go on writing something glorifying the Lord and put our philosophy into words. Writing articles means to express oneself how he is understanding the whole philosophy. So this writing is necessary for everyone." I'll repeat that. This writing is necessary for everyone. In 1973, I sent you my Vyasa Puja offering. And on August 23rd, from Bhaktivedanta Manor, you sent me an encouraging note. I beg to acknowledge your receipt of your letter and the nice Vyasa Puja offering you sent. I have sent it to Satsvarupa Goswami for printing in the BTG. Writing is a very important part of our work, and Satsvarupa is always anxious to have new material from the devotees for expanding the BTG. You have a nice talent for writing, and practice makes perfect. So continue. It will be appreciated. Eventually, Back to Godhead published my offering, in which I described my first meeting with you and how you, had transformed my life. So, anyway, I'll just read this. But yeah, my first meeting with Srila Prabhupada was quite amazing. So this is a poem I wrote, sort of summarizing my first exchange with Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you who have given me light to open my eyes, which were firmly shut tight. When we first came to you in the darkness of night, the words from your lips made everything bright. Quote. So this is I'm quoting now what Prabhupada said to me, but in poetic form. What is your goal? Godhead to find or God to become? Please make up your mind. If you want to be God, if you want to become God, you can't be God now. Can a non-God become God? Please let me know how. God is within you, sitting there in your heart, just waiting for your loving service to start. But if you insist that you want to be Him, you're cheating yourself and have nothing to win. If the seed of devotion with chanting you sow, then God will give sunlight to help make it grow. But if to become God remains your ambition, why should God help his competition? Krishna is God, and God he is always, on Yashoda's lap, or in Dwarka's hallways, or in Kurukshetra, he's God all the same. It's not that by yoga, the Lord he became. You are a spark, and God is the fire. You can be godly, but if you truly desire. Yeah, he said you cannot become God, but you can become godly. Your qualities match his, but the quantity is different. For God's nature is infinite, whereas you're insignificant. I cannot be God, for I truly am small, but he kindly allows me to serve him. That's all. That is his mercy, transcendent and sweet. Take it, be happy. That's all I entreat. End quote. Thus your divine grace I was blessed to meet, and thus I was forced to fall at your feet. You poured nectar like words through the holes of my ears to clean out my heart and vanquish my fears, arousing within me my love for the Lord, my actual life as his servant restored. Now I beg to remain an individual soul, serving the servant of the one Spirit whole. All glory is to you who have given me this, a life that's eternal, full of knowledge and bliss, taking me from the darkness, cold and alone, back to Godhead, back to home. So that's the end of the poem. And I continue. In recent years, I have edited life's final exam, Death and Dying from the Vedic Perspective, and written Watering the Seed with teachings from His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, Many Moons, Reflections on Departed Vaishnavas, I'll Build You a Temple, The Juhu Story, and now, Dancing White Elephants. And now, Dancing White Elephants, traveling with Srila Prabhupada in India, August 1970 to March 1972. On this occasion, I pray to you to bless me that I can continue to serve you, the devotees, and the world by writing about Krishna consciousness in the right consciousness. As you wrote in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19:132, quote, "It is certainly not good to write literature for money or reputation, but to write books and publish them for the enlightenment of the general populace is real service to the Lord." That was Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's opinion. And he specifically told his disciples to write books. He actually preferred to publish books rather than establish temples. Temple construction is meant for the general populace and neophyte devotees. But the business of advanced and empowered devotees is to write books, publish them, and distribute them widely. According to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Distributing literature is like playing on a great mridanga. Consequently, we always request members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness to publish as many books as possible and distribute them widely throughout the world. By thus following in the footsteps of Srila Rupa Goswami, one can become a Rupa Nuga devotee. Thank you very much, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, your eternal grateful servant.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for the consolidated nectar. It was a very relishable offering.
Thank you.
And now I've asked Nirkula Devi to come and read her offering. So we'll be following a few more people. We have a list here. We won't have time for everyone today. And also we're taking in our priority, if you've written something, it'll go before those who are speaking extemporaneously. Do you need a table for your book?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you, Bart. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. It's so nice to be with you all today. Thank you. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. When I was younger, I had a casual approach to old age. I foolishly thought then that I would have the physical and mental capacity of my youth, but would just be wiser in an older body. I see now how wrong I was, and it makes me even more appreciative, grateful, and in awe of what you did as an elderly man. What you accomplished throughout your life, and especially after the age of 69, is staggering. Overcoming apparent insurmountable obstacles, old age, poor health, lack of facility, funds and support, stolen manuscripts, to name a few. With a humble mood, giving all credit to Krishna and your Guru Maharaj, and even your fledgling disciples, you conquered the minds and hearts of the most fallen. This year, we visited the newly restored Bhaktivinoda San at No. 1 Altadanga Junction Road, the place where Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur started the Gaudiya Math, and where, at the behest of some friends, you met your Guru Maharaj for the first time. Walking up the same stairs you climbed in 1922 to the rooftop darshan area, and seeing the diaramas of your Guru Maharaj, along with disciples and guests, yourself included, made a lasting impression on me. It's as if that pastime is still going on. I was drawn in as never before and could feel the transcendental atmosphere. Spending a little extended time in Jagannath Puri, Kolkata, and Mayapur this year, I gained a deeper appreciation for the extremely rare gift of becoming a member of the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. And to you, among other things, I am most grateful for that. I've been lately thinking of your position as founder Acharya of ISKCON. I'm concerned that as your disciples grow old and pass away, the next generations may not understand your position and so begin to minimize your position. In the booklet titled Founder Acharya by His Grace Rabindra Swarup Prabhu, he writes, "The phrase Founder Acharya is not just a title, but a transcendental system intended to protect, preserve, and give longevity to an institution dedicated to the mass liberation of conditioned souls all over the world and in the dark, abysmal age of Kali. Srila Prabhupada, as founder Acharya, you hold a unique position in ISKCON. In ISKCON, you will remain present generation after generation as the single prominent Siksha Guru, intrinsic in the life of each and every ISKCON devotee, an actively guiding and directing presence. You have said that ISKCON is your body, and as such, you are the soul of ISKCON. I have hard knots in my heart to overcome, and I know that I am incapable of untangling them on my own. When I reflect on my many shortcomings and feel discouraged by my lack of sincerity and weakness of heart, I take solace in knowing that I must still have your mercy because I'm still able to chant the holy name. I still have the association of the Vaishnavas and some service. My fervent prayer is to become of some meaningful service to you, for you to use me as you see fit in your service to your Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj. I know it's impossible to begin to repay the debt that I owe you, Srila Prabhupada, but if you will allow me, I will gladly spend all of eternity as the servant of your servant. Please continue to give me your shelter, and please guide and empower me so that I may be an instrument in your Sankirtan army. Thank you for considering my request. Your eternally grateful and undeserving daughter, Nirkula Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much, Nirkula. And now we're going to Radhakripa Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, September 5th in India is celebrated as a Teacher's Day, and I come from a family of the teachers. Last week when I was on a call with my family, a Krishna Katha call every day which I organize, there are 4 teachers in the call. When I ask them whom you are grateful for, and majority of them speak about their teachers in the school, except my sister who said about a spiritual teacher. Then they asked me the same question, and I said answer should be obvious for everyone. But then I started thinking, it was a hard call, but then I thought maybe, then I talked about Prabhupada, about you in the call. Why? It was because of your teaching that inspired young Indians, who were fed up with their life. It was because of your teaching that I got a Bhagavad Gita in Hindi, in a real Kumbh Mela, it was not a fake one, in 1995. I didn't know what magic that book written by you will create in my life, even though I didn't turn pages for at least 4 years. Then another facility created by you, Prabhupada, which caught me unaware when I went to get free prasadam plate in Coventry Temple in 1999. And then chain reaction started from one event to another. Finally, your compassion in the form of Guru Maharaj's appearance in our life changed our life forever. And icing on the cake is the blessing of Guru Maharaj's presence in our life. I do not have any word to express my gratitude, what you have done to our family. I want to remain indebted forever to you. Firstly, I am fully aware that I cannot repay what you have done for us. But also I know that if you remain indebted, your name goes with the creditor in the legal system. And that's a lot of solace for me that my name will be still attached to in a certain shape and form, even it is in a bad way by the way I'm giving the example. So my goal is to remain always indebted to you and try to please my spiritual master so that someday I should be of any service to your mission. Thank you, Prabhupada. Your aspiring grandson, Radhakripa Das.
Thank you, Radhakripa Prabhu. We got a very positive report from him last night. If you don't know, he oversees all the parking. It's one of the most extensive of services during Janmashtami, and it went on without incident last night. Nobody run over, no cars stolen, no cars towed. That's a big deal. Thank you very much. Now we have one of our up-and-coming stars, Niharika. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. So sometimes I used to have the thought, what makes this path the topmost? And verse 16 from the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, I found answered this question perfectly. The superiority of a genuine devotee, as shown in the previous shlokas, establishes the purity of bhakti and is involved in the very definition of bhakti. You, Srila Prabhupada, exemplified the purity of bhakti. Your organization and structure, your one-pointed motive and goal to serve your spiritual master, taking no credit of your own. Your dealings with devotees, feeding them and encouraging them like a loving father. The way you spent every moment of your time in Krishna's service. I'm so grateful to be in the right place under the guidance of you and your disciples. The community you have created is incredible. I know I can feel at home at any temple you have established around any of your devotees. In fact, I was having a conversation with my school friends about the potential of having to leave home for college. But one of my friends, knowing that I'm a part of ISKCON, said, "You have nothing to worry about. You have your temple people everywhere." I'm so grateful for everything you have given me, and I pray at your lotus feet that I may get the inspiration and commitment to read all your books and follow your instructions. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Niharika, for that very heartfelt and well-written offering. Now we have Ananga Gopika Devi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishwapadaya Krishna Prishta Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine. Wishing you a very, very happy 127th appearance day, Srila Prabhupada. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, all glories to you, all glories to you. Nearly 3 decades have passed, and I'm still lacking the sincerity and seriousness to internalize your instructions, even after attending Bhakti Shastri and also studying Bhakti Vaibhav. But as years are passing by, and having been inflicted by so many sufferings and miseries, I really feel a plan is needed. As Vaisheshika Prabhu says, a goal and a plan is needed to be successful in your spiritual life. So there are 2 things that I have been really thinking from the start of this year. One of the goals is that you always used to say initially when you used to go to India, that how you used to motivate everybody who was born in India, that since you're born in India, it's actually it's very, very important for us. This is a legacy given to us by the grace of Krishna, and we need to share it with everybody. Not really thinking much about it because of being born in India, but actually being in US, I really feel that you have given so many books, you have given the platform of book distribution, and being in ISV under the expert care and guidance of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirkula Mataji. I really wanted to do something where I can really please you through book distribution. And second thing that has been a really, really important principle of executing all the services that always you used to mention, how everybody can please you. It's a very simple thing by cooperating with each other. So, as easy as said, it takes a lot of determination to cooperate. And when you are actually given responsibilities, personally speaking, I am in international planning team, and have been executing under expert guidance of His Her Grace Hansa Priya Mataji. And this principle of cooperation and trying to talk to devotees in a non-offensive way and in a very, very pleasing way is something I want to give this as an offering to you. And please help me to follow these two principles in my life, to distribute the legacy that I have got to whatever I have done in my past life, to come close to your lotus feet, and secondly, to cooperate throughout my life and just execute your instructions, keeping it as my heart and soul. Please forgive me, Srila Prabhupada, for any failures in my spiritual life. I still feel determined to serve you years after years, birth after birth. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Ananga Gopika Devi, and what a nice offering to give to Srila Prabhupada that is pleasing speech for the devotees and cooperation. That's a great idea. I'm going to look into that. So now we have the miracle man of ISV. I read a book when I was a kid called The Incredible Journey, and it had to do with some entities who were left far away and then they found their way back. So Madhava Govinda was cast far away from ISV, and he fought harder than anybody I've seen to come back here. So we deeply appreciate that. Please come and offer for Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamne Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine. I'm just very grateful to be here, and it's so inspiring to hear all the offerings of all the devotees. I just wrote a small little offering just for the pleasure of Prabhupada and for pleasure of all the devotees, if I can try. In the Bhagavatam, it's emphasized that we can learn the absolute truth in two ways. One is by the book Bhagavat, and the other is by the person Bhagavat. And the person Bhagavat, we can learn by his teachings and also as well as his life example as well. And Srila Prabhupada's life is actually itself a teaching in how we can attain the absolute truth, or how we can attain Krishna. And it's amazing that Prabhupada's life actually leaves us with, it actually challenges us. It challenges us that we can't give any excuses for anything. If anyone says that I'm sick, I mean, Prabhupada came to US when he suffered 2 heart attacks when he was coming here. And someone says, I'm too old. I mean, no one is 69 years old to start a whole worldwide movement. And if someone says, I don't have any resources, how can I do anything? When Prabhupada came, he had no resources with him. There was no one there with him to help him. And more than that, he didn't even had the help of any of the cooperation from his god brothers or anywhere. But Srila Prabhupada still went on to do what was most inconceivable for all of us, to actually give us this. And if we, not just this, should we look at Srila Prabhupada's life in different phases, where in different phases of life, of how he actually went on to serve in different situations and phases which he was there. That also is a great learning for us in terms of how he actually kept the teachings of his spiritual master as his forefront. Although there were many other responsibilities and things, but the instruction to serve in whatever little capacity, he always kept that as a forefront. And this whole thing started almost 101 years ago in 1922 at Ulta Junction Road, where Srila Prabhupada, it was more like the hearing revolution. It started there. He heard from his spiritual master the first time, and he decided that, okay, this is what I am going to do. And he kept that instruction day in, day out. Vyavasayatmi kabudhi. Never deviated, never got distracted. Rather, just kept on increasing the enthusiasm and the desire, irrespective of so many adversities that were there. And in our general life, we see that, outside in big corporations, everyone wants to be in the FANG, the big top companies. Everyone wants to be a part of the big corporation, the big project. And Srila Prabhupada, when I look at your life, you had your own big project, which you never gave up. From the time you received the instruction until the time you left, of the whole idea of translating the Bhagavatam, till whichever time zone Prabhupada was in, as soon as the one thing that always remained constant was the translating of Bhagavatam in the early morning hours. And because he knew that this was his biggest project, all the other projects, they were always there, they were always a part of it. But this, he always considered as a topmost priority. And so much so that he did it till the very last moment. So, Srila Prabhupada, I pray that I can be a part of this big project of yours, but taking the message of Bhagavatam and all your books seriously in my life and imbibe it. And I can serve you in some possible way. I was just, another thing I was just thinking is, ISKCON is like a big garland, very beautiful garland of flowers, petals with different fragrances which you offer to Krishna. And all the different flowers with different fragrances are like the different followers of Srila Prabhupada who are very sincerely following his teachings and pleasing him. And Srila Prabhupada is like that thread who is holding the whole thing together. As an individual flower, it might be very difficult. It might not it might not be significant in the eyes of Krishna. But just because all the flowers are tied together in the thread of Srila Prabhupada's grace and mercy, Krishna generally accepts it very wholeheartedly. Srila Prabhupada, I pray that I can be a follower of the petals of those flowers, where I can serve you by being a servant of the servant. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Madhava Govinda Prabhu. I really like that last analogy of Prabhupada holding us together on a thread. And also like to welcome my esteemed godbrother, Srila Prabhu, who just came here. He comes here on pilgrimage for Prabhupada's appearance day once a year, but we didn't see you last year, I think. So we've been missing you, and we're very glad you're back. Hare Krishna. As soon as Giriraj Maharaj comes back, I'll invite you to come up here and read your offering. Give you a few minutes to write it. Okay, I can do that. In the meantime, Dear Srila Prabhupada, this is from Achyutatma Das. I am indebted to you forever. In your purport on Srimad Bhagavatam 177, you point out that simply by hearing the Vedic literature, Srimad Bhagavatam, one can have direct connection with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, and thereby one can attain the highest perfection of life by transcending worldly miseries, illusion, and fearfulness. Bhaktir utpatyate pungsa shoka moha bhayapaha. Thank you for the unique opportunity to dive into the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam. Every morning I have a unique opportunity to listen to your lectures and instructions, which give me spiritual strength and support my desire to serve your mission. Last year, the Moscow Sankirtan devotees gave me your beautiful metal murti. It was made using coins that people donated on Sankirtan. Knowing that you were going to visit Moscow, the devotees suggested that you go to Hawaii during the mango season. But you answered that preaching in the snows of Russia is sweeter than mango. Your words and your love enter deep into my heart. In the year of the 50th anniversary of your arrival in Russia, we held a special book distribution marathon, and devotees from the countries of the former USSR distributed more than 1 million books in a year. Wow, Haribol. This is the heaviest book I've ever held. All the devotees tried to please you. May I continue to be useful in service to the mission of Lord Chaitanya. An insignificant servant of your servants, Achyutatma Das. See, it pays to have alphabetical AC. It's the first one, homages from the GBCs. And now we're going to ask Madhuri Saki to come and read her offering. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my most respectful obeisances and happy, happy birthday. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Introduction. This year, many aspects of my life were tested. Through each test that I felt impossible, I'd somehow be able to look back and wonder how I made it out. One thing that hasn't changed since middle school, probably for me, is that I still pray to you every time I take a test. And I still write your name in invisible ink. When I was younger, I'd look forward to being on airplanes, but that was frankly because that was the only time in the year when I could watch movies, when my parents were asleep. As I grew older, however, I somehow lost excitement in watching movies, and my entire plane rides would go in sleeping or finishing my rounds, and I'd never have time left to watch anything on the plane. Takeoff. When I boarded planes, I used to sit down and I used to find myself trying to get comfortable. I'd even bring a couple of extra blankets with me and a little pillow for wherever I flew. I used to adjust the seat, adjust the air levels, and even change what's in the screen in front of me so I could be fully comfortable. All of this reminds me the standard conditions that we each face when we board our own airplane. We have no control over what'll be inside the plane. And similarly, that's just like our lives. We have no choice in the family we're born into, and as time progresses, we realize we don't really have choice in anything in life. So with whatever we are given, we learn to use it in the service of Krishna. Although we may not have much choice over many things, we do have many opportunities. As you say, Srila Prabhupada, start quote, Krishna's mercy is always there. It is your misuse of free will. You are given the opportunity, and that is fortune. But since you do not accept the fortune, that becomes your misfortune. End quote. Smooth skies. Such a beautiful sight, isn't it? To be sitting comfortably next to a window seat with ample legroom and looking out your window to see either the sunrise or sunset. We see the beauty of Krishna's creation in everything in the world, and this is exactly what you taught us, through you, your example, and your disciples. Life often feels like this too. Oftentimes, when I think everything is going well, just then something happens that makes me feel terrible. I'm reminded of when you boarded the Jaladuta ship. In your diary, you wrote, and you said you felt rain, seasickness, dizziness, headache, no appetite, and vomiting. But you prayed to Krishna. You prayed. You said, let me be your instrument. And you even had a dream, and you knew you were under Krishna's protection. You wrote in your diary, the ship is plying very smoothly. I feel today better, but I'm feeling separation of Sri Vrindavan and Sri Govinda Gopinath Radha Damodar. The only solace is Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, in which I am tasting the nectarian of Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. In this way, we see that in any situation you were in, life or death, you turned to Krishna. Similarly, we learn, although we have many good moments in our lives and smooth skies, we also come across very turbulent times. We may be unaware of those times, but it is important to turn to Krishna and turn to Guru. This reminds me that we should also take serious navigation. No one else can fly our own airplane. We're the captain of our airplanes. In an evening discussion, you were talking about a particular verse, and your disciple said, you said it's like two airplanes. If one airplane is in trouble, no other airplane can help. And you said, no, God can help. Another airplane cannot help, but if God likes, he can save you. And this shows me that it's so important to utilize all our resources. Your disciples have spent countless times in just trying to spend time with us, and especially for the youth, and Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirakula Mataji, who have given so much time and effort into making sure that we're all well-rounded individuals. Here at ISV, we get to engage in shastras, kirtan, and we sit through lectures and try to retain all that we have learned into our material lives and make sure that it is practical and applicable. I see through your disciples that everything that they teach us is what you've taught them, and in that way, it makes me feel very connected to you. When we navigate our airplane, we know we can use our resources, such as listening to your classes, lectures, listening to our gurus' classes, lectures, and following instructions that we're told. The last part of my offering is about our landing. This whole time, we realize that we are preparing for what is to come at the end. We may get lost across in the way by getting too caught up in the beautiful skies that we may encounter. But at the same time, there's turbulence to remind us our actual position in this material world. I pray on this auspicious day that when we come to the final moments of landing, that we remember Krishna, we remember Guru, and remember all the instructions that we have learned throughout our lifetimes. I pray on this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja to follow in the footsteps and serve all of the Prabhupada disciples that are still with us. And I also pray to give all of us a little bit of taste to make sure that we take this life seriously and we can fly our own plane. Thank you so much for everything that you've given us. Happy, happy birthday and happy Vyasa Puja.
Thank you very much, Madhuri Saki, for a memorable offering. We remember the process of getting on a plane, landing, adjusting the airflow in relationship to your offering. And for those who may have just come into the temple room, today we're celebrating what's called the Vyasa Puja. It's the appearance day of our founder Acharya, who you see here on the Vyasasana. We had Janmashtami celebrations yesterday all day till 12:30 a.m. And we welcome you all. Thank you very much for joining. And now we have Srila Prabhu, who's a Prabhupada disciple, scholar in his own right, and a stalwart devotee for over 50 years in Krishna consciousness. Please welcome Srila Prabhu. Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Vasthaya Bhutale Simate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavari Paschata Deshatarine Durgame Pettimendasya Skalat Parakatir Mohu Sa kripayas tidanina svantak santa avalambanam Vancha kalpatriyas cha kripa shindu bivacha Patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavabhyo namo namaha. So it is my highest honor to be here with you all, and my solemn sworn duty as a disciple to honor this occasion. And highest happiness to be with everyone who's here now. Hare Krishna. So this is a little introduction. This is hot off the press. It's a colloquy. It's from the Harvard Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. And it's called The Master of Happiness. So this scholar and researcher has been researching how the best thing to get yourself out of the dumps and out of depression is to keep a gratitude journal. Actually, it's good routine practice to appreciate what we have in life despite setbacks, reversals, and even catastrophes. Keep a gratitude journal. But what he specifically found out...
We're going to give you a different mic.
Okay.
Because you move a lot.
Put this on. Co-pilot. What he specifically... what he has discovered, there's one specific intervention that not only you keep a gratitude journal, but you write a letter to someone who you're grateful to. And not only you write it, you go to them and you read it to them. So this is science. So I'm going to submit to you all, this is what we're doing here today. And but what is happiness? So psychologically, he's found out that when we work for the benefit of others, you feel yourself part of a greater whole, you're achieving your goals in life. This is happiness. So that's subjective. But what is real happiness? So Bhagavatam answers that question. 3rd chapter, 11th canto, 23rd verse, 21st. Tasmad guru papaditya jignasu sariyam uttamam. Shabde pare nishnatam brahmin upashamashayam. So, uttama, right? Tasmad guru papaditya jignasu sariyam uttama. So what is the highest happiness? What is the highest benefit? So, as I'm sure you're all been taught, there's prayas and shreyas. Prayas, short term, we can say selfish, small-minded happiness, and shreyas, long-term benefit. So what is uttamam shreyam? That is what Guru teaches. You have to approach Guru. And that is why we are appreciating Srila Prabhupada. And it defines, so who is Guru? Shabde Parecha Nisnatam. He is fairly versed, learned in the Vedas. Not just he studied, he has heard from his Guru Dev. Rupa Goswami, in 3 days, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed everything, all the truths. And our Guru Dev also had so much association with the spiritual master, and also Shastriya Sadhusanga through the scriptures and his writings. So Shabdari put, and he's realized them, and he can convince others, dispel doubts, and Brahmani he's fixed in the absolute truth. Brahmani Upashrayam, he's self-realized. Upasham Ashrayam has different meanings. Upamashama can be tranquility, peaceful. Evam Prasana Manaso, Bhagavat Bhakti Yoga, just self-satisfied. Bhakti Siddhanta Shishaya, Bhakti Vedanta Namine, Prasanasya Prashantaya, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Prabhupada Stotram. Prabhupada satisfied, pleased in himself. So he is, that's one mean Upashrayam. He is also detached from all worldly affairs. He's leaving aside all material considerations to dedicate himself to the pursuit of ultimate happiness, Krishna Bhakti, Krishna consciousness. So on this note, the final thing, Brahmani Upashram, he is self-realized and he can make you self-realized. So now I'm going to tell the story. I've not told this before. It's, Prabhupada was coming to the airport in LaGuardia, New York, 1974-75. So, and the anchor from the ABC TV channel personally came out, not just the reporter, the anchor. And actually he would go on to later interview, called Prabhupada in for an interview. So he came to the airport and there was thunderous kirtan, right? Then the whole hundreds of devotees, we could invade the airport and go all the way to the terminal and have thunderous kirtan through the hallways. And then, so right in the middle there, the reporter met Srila Prabhupada. And he held out the microphone and there were bright lights. So at one point he asked Srila Prabhupada, so when did you become, Swamiji, when did you become self-realized? And we're going, wow, Swamiji, self-realized. And Prabhupada took this actually as prashna. He said, without flinching, he said, you can become self-realized too. And then he took a step back. And he said, Your Holiness, what I meant was, when did you become self-realized? And then Prabhupada showed all his disciples, and all my disciples here, I'm teaching them, I'm going around the world, and I can make you self-realized too. And it was like pointing at, and at that point he recoiled physically. And I'm thinking, this is like a heart operation. In the middle of the terminal, he's doing open heart surgery. And so then he's recalled, then he comes back and says, your divine grace. And I know the problem was me in my question, but what I wanted to know, at what specific time in your life, in this incarnation, did you have the full realization of Krishna? And Prabhupada hesitated a moment and then said, matter of factly, 4 or 5 years old. And all the devotees go, Jai! Srila Prabhupada is like Prahlad Maharaj. Or like Maharaj Pariksit, Balakridana Kai Kridam. From a very early age, right, he's hosting Rath Yatra festival. So what personality did Srila Prabhupada have? And very rarely did Prabhupada say anything about himself, right? It was, you can become self-realized. I can teach you. So, Upashamashrayam, he's self-realized and you can become self-realized. So, I've always wanted, my offering was actually just like we offer water to the Ganges or we offer deep to the sun. I wanted to just briefly read, well, let's see if we can get it here, just technology. Is the poem that Srila Prabhupada wrote. so simply. And to his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and everything that he saw in his guru, we see in Srila Prabhupada, and how he fulfilled his guru's mission in every respect. And Prabhupada says it so poetically. And his emotions, that's what really I want to end on that. So this is the poem he wrote. It was published in The Harmonist, 1936, I believe. Adore, adore ye all the happy day, blessed than heaven, sweeter than May, when he appeared at Puri, his divine grace. O my master, the evangelic angel, give us thy light, light of thy candle, struggle for existence, a human race, the only hope, his divine grace. Misled we are, all going astray. Save us, Lord, our fervent pray. Wander thy ways to turn our face. Adore thy feet, your divine grace. Forgotten Krishna, we fallen souls, pay most heavy the illusion's toll. Darkness around, all untrace, the only hope, his divine grace. Message of service thou hast brought, a healthful life, as Chaitanya wrought. Unknown to all, it's full of grace. Next your gift, your divine grace. Absolute ascension thou hast proved. Impersonal calamity thou hast removed. This gives us a life anew and fresh. Worship thy feet, your divine grace. Who had not come, had you not come, who had told the message of Krishna, forceful and bold? That's your right, you have the mace. Save me, a fallen, your divine grace. The line of service as drawn by you is pleasing and healthy, like morning dew. The oldest of all, but in new dress, miracle done, your divine grace. So there's so many points, and there we go line by line, but one line I want to point out, so oldest of all, but in new dress. So Srila Prabhupada's capability to preach Krishna consciousness, the highest philosophical conceptions to Westerners, to hippies, was unprecedented and could not be predicted how successful. So we have heard the expression, I'm going to give one example. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, right? We've heard this, I think you're all familiar. If you do a Veda-based search, I did when it first came out, 13,000 times, Prabhupada says, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So what is this a code for? Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. And Jiva Goswami dedicates the whole Krishna Sandarbha to explicating this verse. It is the emperor of all verses. Ete Tansa Kala Pungsa Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. And this is the core of all our philosophy. And Prabhupada made it the core of his preaching. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And so he made things so simple. Going back to Godhead, Om Tad Vishnu Paramam Param Sada Pashanti Surayo Diviva Chaksura Tatam Tat Vipraso Vivanyavo Jagravansa Samendate Vishnu Yat Paramam Param. Simplified everything for anyone's understanding. And he is preaching to us fallen souls, right? Namaste Saraswati Devi, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi. So not only we are Nirvishesha Shunyavadi here in the West, we are Hirat Honanda Pulkisha, Abir Shumba Yavana Kasariya, Yenye Chapapa Yarapashaya Shaya, Shudyanti Tasmai, Pravavishne Namaha. That is Srila Prabhupada's power. He has picked up the most fallen and made us devotees of Krishna. And so when we say, miracle done, your divine grace, so there's that one classic, I'll end on this, anecdote. Some Indians, they're asking, maybe you can refresh the context. They're asking Srila Prabhupada, can you perform some miracles? What miracles do you perform, right? And we know who they're thinking of. We won't say, but someone who's producing ashes or something. So Prabhupada said, he showed his disciples reform, these are my miracles. I am turning Mlechas, Yavanas into Vaishnavas. So this is the miracle that he has brought us all to Krishna consciousness. The miracle is that you are all here today. And so this is such a happy day that, it's also Nandotsava. Nanda Maharaj is exuberant, jubilant, and he's giving in charity, cows, wealth. And so on this day, as disciples of Srila Prabhupada, we want to bless everyone here that your love for Prabhupada may become blossoming and grow every day, and that you will bless us with your company. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Srila Prabhu. I'm starting my gratitude journal entry today with thanking you for being here, and it's, as you said, it's a miracle we're all here, and I feel a great sense of gratitude and the miracle of having you as a God brother. Thank you for all you do, and for coming over here every year. It means so much to us, and specifically to me. Thank you. Hare Krishna. And now I have the pleasure of calling my dear friend Satyadev Prabhu. You should call me more. And please come up and give your offering. Hare Krishna. What's that? Oh, yeah. I don't know. How's the cameras working? It looks like you're there. Go for it. Can we? Hold on.
Can we put Bhagavad Gita 3:41 on the screen? And, boy, you put me right behind Srila. He's a hard act to follow. So before we start, would it be okay if we all stood up and did a 3 Hari Bol stretch? I won't speak very long, don't worry. Just take a deep breath and say, Hari Bol! And then one more time. Hari Bol! And one more time. Hari Bol! All right. Thank you, I needed that. I offer my humble obeisances to my spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna in this world. He is the divine servant of Saraswati, and he is spreading the teachings of Lord Chaitanya all over the world, and he is crushing the influences of impersonalism and voidism. Those are our mantras. I don't know about you, but I think it's probably the same. The first mantra I learned was the Hare Krishna mantra. Was that the case with you, Maharaj? And then the second mantra I learned was Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimakti Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prastatya Deshatarane. Was that the case for you as well? So it's going on, and we're all the same in this respect. So today I wanted to offer my gratitude to Srila Prabhupada by expressing the gratitude I feel when I read his books. And there are certain sections in Srila Prabhupada's books, verses and purports that I'm sure you all find, particularly inspirational to you, that feel like Prabhupada's speaking to you and you get inspiration and guidance from. So I was recently I've been kind of meditating on these two words, religion and spirituality, because they're thrown around quite a bit these days, right? And recently I heard a wonderful definition. What I liked was that spirituality is something, that religion is something that comes to you from your environment. And spirituality is something that is innate within us because we're spiritual beings. And how does this go together? Well, the spiritual master is sometimes compared to the father, and the Vedas, written by Srila Vyasadeva, is compared to the mother. And the combination of Vedic knowledge given to us by the spiritual master gives us our spiritual birth. And it happens today that for me, that this is the day I also kind of remember my spiritual birth, which I say every year, but I'll say it again. Because I met Srila Prabhupada on this day 53 years ago. And that was the beginning of my spiritual life. And so, when I read this purport, this verse in purport, it has particular meaning to me because I use a word that Maharaj used today, that Srila Prabhupada is a genuine spiritual master. And so when I read this verse and I purport, I remember now and how I felt originally, how genuine Srila Prabhupada was. So let me get to the point by reading the verse in the purport. Here we go. Actually, these three verses 41, 42, and 43 go together. Because Krishna, he's talking about how lust covers the real knowledge of the soul and causes the soul to forget himself and his relationship with the Lord, he or herself. And this is the cause of all of our suffering. So if we reverse engineer that, or deconstruct that, if we can get knowledge of who we really are and our relationship with Krishna, then this suffering or this illusion of separation from God is annihilated. So let me just read this. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. Purport. The Lord advised Arjuna to regulate the senses from the very beginning so that he could curb the greatest sinful enemy, lust, which destroys the urge for self-realization and specific knowledge of the self. Jnana refers to knowledge of the self as distinguished from the non-self, or in other words, knowledge that the spirit soul is not the body. Vijnana refers to the specific knowledge of the spirit soul's constitutional position and his relationship to the Supreme Lord. It is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.9.31. This knowledge of the self and the Supreme Self is very confidential and mysterious, but such knowledge and specific realization can be understood if explained with their various aspects by the Lord Himself. Bhagavad Gita gives us the general and specific knowledge of the self. The living entities are in part and parcel of the Lord, and therefore they are simply meant to serve the Lord. This consciousness is called Krishna consciousness. So from the very beginning of life, one has to learn this Krishna consciousness, and thereby one may become fully Krishna conscious and act accordingly. Lust is only the perverted reflection of the love of God, which is natural for every living entity. But if one is educated in Krishna consciousness from the very beginning, that natural love of God cannot deteriorate into lust. When love of God deteriorates into lust, it is very difficult to return to the normal condition. Nonetheless, Krishna consciousness is so powerful that even a late beginner can become a lover of God by following the regulative principles of devotional service. So, from any stage of life, or from the time of understanding its urgency, one can begin regulating the senses in Krishna consciousness, devotional service of the Lord, and turn the lust into love of Godhead, the highest perfectional stage of human life. So when I read this verse and I purport, I appreciate so much how Srila Prabhupada is a genuine spiritual master who doesn't water down what it takes to really revive the original consciousness of the soul. That we, as a spirit soul, we have our spirit. But it's in a dormant condition like a seed. And religion, or the teachings of Krishna consciousness that we receive, is like water that awakens that seed and allows that spirit to come back to its normal Krishna consciousness. And so in the beginning, we do have to learn how to regulate the mind and the senses and direct them within towards Krishna so that we can discover our true self. And even today, it's just as true that if you go on the internet, there's so many different spiritual teachings, right? And so much so-called spiritual teachings and so much information. But who actually tells it like it is? Like from the beginning. Like so many teachers came from India and still come. How many people tell you that you have to control your mind and your senses and seriously devote yourself to God? Usually they give you some spiritual practice, but they never tell you that you really have to learn to control yourself and have some moral foundation. So I've always appreciated that, even though when I first heard that instruction from Srila Prabhupada, it was quite daunting, even painful. What? Follow the 4 regulator principles, chant so many hours a day. I thought, maybe I can't do this. Sounds nice. But I did appreciate that Srila Prabhupada was really telling the truth, genuinely, and not giving us some watered-down process. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much, Satyadev Prabhu. Prabhu preaches in many places around the world, especially Asia, and is constantly engaged in teaching the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. And having traveled with him and spent time with Satyadev Prabhu, he stays fully absorbed in chanting and hearing, and also going within to control the mind and senses. So I thank you very much for your association and that your example that you're making for the whole world. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj.
Malini, are you here? This book was already falling apart. We had to make this self-publishing at the last minute. Okay, so I'm going to read an offering that was written for Silicon Valley. That is, ISKCON of Silicon Valley. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. We are gathered at ISKCON of Silicon Valley to remember your glories on your divine appearance day. The Srimad Bhagavatam states that by serving great souls, one develops an affinity for hearing about Krishna. In Bhagavad Gita 9:13, Krishna says that a great soul is one who has taken full shelter of him. Your exclusive dependence on Krishna is legendary and especially evident in your prayers aboard the Jaladuta. While on your voyage to America, apparently alone and without resources, you humbly prayed to the Lord that he may empower you to fulfill the orders of your Guru to spread Krishna consciousness in the Western world. Quote, how will I make them understand this message of Krishna consciousness? I am very unfortunate, unqualified, and the most fallen. Therefore, I am seeking your benediction so that I can convince them, for I am powerless to do so on my own. Somehow or other, O Lord, you have brought me here to speak about you. Now, my Lord, it is up to you to make me a success or failure as you like. O spiritual master of all the worlds, I can simply repeat your message. So if you like, you can make my power of speaking suitable for their understanding. Only by your causeless mercy will my words become pure. I am sure that when this transcendental message penetrates their hearts, they will certainly feel engladdened and thus become liberated from all unhappy conditions of life. O Lord, I am just like a puppet in your hands. So if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance, make me dance. O Lord, make me dance as you like. I have no devotion, nor do I have any knowledge, but I have strong faith in the holy name of Krishna. I have been designated as Bhaktivedanta, and now, if you like, you can fulfill the real purport of Bhaktivedanta. Signed, the most unfortunate, insignificant beggar, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, on board the ship Jaladuta, Commonwealth Pier, Boston, Massachusetts, USA, dated 18th of September, 1965. The Lord answered your prayers, and your mission was a success. In your success, you have given us, the recipients of your mercy, service. Your special mercy to us is your instruction to spread the Sankirtan movement, which the personified Vedas say is the Lord's most glorious pastime. That is, his deliverance of the conditioned souls from the material world. And at Gita 1869, Krishna says that there is no servant in this world dearer to him than one who imparts his teachings to others. You've not only taught us how to practically follow Lord Chaitanya's teachings, but you've also shown us how we may bring others to the path. Distributing your books, for example, is in various languages of the world, is a practical way to give Krishna's teachings to people in every town and village. You also introduce deity worship so that people who enter our temple, even in the dead center of Silicon Valley, may feel relief from the pangs arising from their ongoing material struggles. In your purport at Srimad Bhagavatam 3:25-36, you write, when one is trained to become Krishna conscious, when one is trained to become conscious of his position, he understands that he is the servitor of the Lord. Brahman refers to a state of self-realization. But the third-class devotee, who is not advanced in knowledge of the absolute truth, but simply offers obeisances with great devotion, thinks of the Lord, sees the Lord in the temple, and brings forth flowers and fruits to offer to the deity, becomes imperceptibly liberated. Shraddhayanvita. With great devotion, the devotees offer worshipful respects and paraphernalia to the deity. The deities of Radha and Krishna, Lakshmi and Narayan, and the Rama and Sita are very attractive to devotees. So much so that when they see the statue decorated in the temple of the Lord, they become fully absorbed in thought of the Lord. That is the state of liberation. In other words, it is confirmed herewith that even a third-class devotee is in the transcendental position, above those who are trying for liberation by speculation or by other methods. Even great impersonalists like Shukadeva Goswami and the four Kumars were attracted by the beauty of the deities in the temple, by the decorations, and by the aroma of tulsi offered to the Lord. And they became devotees. Even though they were in the liberated state, instead of remaining impersonalists, they were attracted by the beauty of the Lord and became devotees. Unquote. You've given us these services and more. In a room conversation in Bombay in 1976, you tell how your success came from accepting the services given to you by your guru. Quote, because this is my life and soul according to the order of my Guru Maharaj, and by his grace, the spreading of the Sankirtan movement, it is to some extent successful. And I took it seriously, and I take it seriously still now. That is my life and soul, unquote. You also give the details of how this mercy unfolded in your life as you persevered in following your Guru Maharaj's instruction. Quote, I was manager in a big chemical factory. I started my own factory. The business was very successful, but everything was dismantled. I was forced to come to this position to carry out my order of my Guru Maharaj. I executed his order at the age of 70 years, not at the age of 25. So actually, I wasted so much time. I can understand that. From 20, the message was there when I was 25 years old, but I began at the age of 70 years. But I did not forget the message. Otherwise, how could I do? That is a fact. I was simply finding out the opportunity how to do it. So anyway, although I began very late, at the age of 70 years, so by the help of my disciples, this movement is gaining ground and is spreading all over the world. So therefore, I have to thank you. It is all due to you. It is not my credit, but it is your credit that you are helping me in executing the order of my Guru Maharaj. Unquote. Anyone can see by your example how by following the divine order, the instructions received through disciplic succession, one may perform wonders in the service of Lord Chaitanya. In your purport at Srimad Bhagavatam 2:9-34, you explain how this order of the Lord, carried through disciplic succession, is so potent that by adhering to it, one will come face to face with the Lord. Quote, according to the Padma Purana, within the material compass, there are innumerable material universes, and all of them are full of darkness. Any living being beginning from the Brahmas, there are innumerable Brahmas in innumerable universes, to the insignificant ant, are all born in darkness, and they require factual light from the Lord to see him directly, just as the sun can be seen only by the direct light of the sun. No lamp or man-made torchlight, however powerful it may be, can help one see the sun. The sun reveals itself. Therefore, the action of different energies of the Lord, or the personality of God in himself, can be realized by the light manifested by the causeless mercy of the Lord. The impersonalists say that God cannot be seen. God can be seen by the light of God and not by man-made speculations. Here this light is specifically mentioned as vidyat, which is an order by the Lord to Brahma. This direct order of the Lord is a manifestation of his internal energy. And this particular energy is the means of seeing the Lord face to face. Not only Brahma, but anyone who may be graced by the Lord to see such merciful, direct internal energy can also realize the personality of Godhead without any mental speculation. Unquote. Amazingly, a conditioned soul may not only be saved from the material world by following the order of the Lord, they will also come to see the Lord face to face. With your guidance, we have received many potent instructions. For example, in the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita 7:128, Lord Chaitanya gives the following order to Kurma Brahmana. Jari dako tare kaha Krishnu Padesh Amagnaya Guru Hanat Tar Adesh. Instruct everyone to follow the orders of Lord Sri Krishna as they are given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. In this way, become a spiritual master and try to liberate everyone in this land. You have repeatedly offered us the opportunity to take up this order. At Srimad Bhagavatam 10:1653, the Nagapatnis give more evidence of the power of following the orders of the Lord when they pray to Krishna that they may fully accept his instructions. Videhi te kinkarinam anushyenam tavagnaya. Now please tell us, your maidservants, what we should do. Then they say that anyone who accepts Krishna's order automatically becomes freed from fear. Yet shraddhayanushtitan vai muchate sarvato bayat. Certainly, anyone who faithfully executes your order, this is still the Nagapatnis, is automatically freed from all fear. In this verse, agnaya means by the command. In other words, when one accepts the command of the Lord, that was unquote after fear. In this verse, agnaya means by the command. In other words, when one accepts the command of the Lord, they become fearless. In this connection, it is noteworthy that the AC in your name, AC Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, means fearless. How could you not be fearless when you are a perfect follower of Krishna's commands? We aspire to similarly follow your instructions so we may become fearless. Vyasa Puja Day is a day to remember how fortunate we are to have your association through your books, your lectures, your followers, and by following your orders. In fact, even a beleaguered soul floating in the ocean of the material world can be saved by grabbing onto your instructions. We, the devotees at ISKCON of Silicon Valley, pray, therefore, to adhere to your instructions by working together to carry on your movement. By the potency of your instructions, we are certain of our success. Om Tat Sat. Timing's not bad. Sorry for any of those who didn't get to speak today. We'll have extended sessions for reading offerings. And we have just a few minutes. So we're going to sing Ohe Vaishnava Thakur right now. For reasons I hope will be obvious. O he Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Idasi Koruna Kori Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Rasi Kuruna Kuri. Diya Parachaya, Shoro He Amai, Tomara Charana Gori. Chaya Bhega Domi, Chaya Dosha Shodhi, Chaya Guna Devo Rase. Chaya Satsanga, Deho E Amare, Goshashi Sangera Ashe. Ekaki Amar Nahi Pai Bolo Hare Nama Sankirtane. Tumi kripa kori shara bindu diya deho Krishna nama dhane. Krishna se toma, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakrati ache. Amito Ganga, Krishna Krishna Boli Datava Pache Pache. Oh hey Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Dasi Koduna Kori. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. And now, the ISV, the on-time airline, we're going to have our offering. During festivals, we always have an offering for Prabhupada of our results of both the book distribution, Kumbh Mela starting, if anybody wants to join. Offering of the book distribution results, that means how many books were distributed and so forth. And we also have offering from the Bhakti community, how many new devotees have joined the special community we have for nurturing those who are new to bhakti. Malini, you all ready? Too many scores to count. They've been in the back room crunching numbers. And as our bhakti community representatives here also? Okay, always appears at the right time. So what we're going to do now is an exercise in organizational skills. Means we have to pick up all the asanas and put them back there. And then roll up this carpet and then reassemble in an arc around Srila Prabhupada with a clear column down the middle so Prabhupada can have darshan of the deities. And then come to complete silence, which doesn't seem like a problem today. Maybe everyone's been fasting all night. Vanchakalptarusha kripasinnabe vichapatitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Yes, you can have that one. I warn you, it's heavy and it's also, we did it on the fly. We didn't have it available.
Mothers, could you please move this side and Prabhuji is on the other side? Keeping Prabhupada, keeping let's keep it. Prabhupada, make the Hare Krishna. Mothers, I can please this side. And we wanted to give a space, Prabhupada, to have a vision of Sri Radha Madan Mohan. So please. And we want to also remove the carpet. Please, a little bit. Can two devotees help it out? Remove the carpet and then you can step on. Yes. Just. And also during the time of offering, MSF offering, so please maintain silence. And after that, we'll give a big Haribol, whatever you have kept in your heart. Yeah. Now, could you please move this way? We want to give a space. Haribol. Yes. One second. So Puspanjali and flower offering will happen later. Please don't do it right now. You can just stay there. We'll get new flowers. So stay curious and be happy. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet.
Please come a little closer, and then everyone, no talking, please. Let's concentrate on the offering. This is our main offering for the day. Thank you.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. On the most auspicious occasion of your appearance day, we are gathered here to offer the results of Janmashtami Vyasa Puja, monthly Sankirtan festival titled MSF of Perfectly Complete. From Janmashtami lecture in London, August 21, 1973. Krishna consciousness is there in everyone's heart. It has to be awakened only. This is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sadhya Kabunai Shravanadi Suddha Chitte Karaya Uday. It is awakened. Love for Krishna, devotion for Krishna is there within everyone's heart. But he has forgotten. So this Krishna consciousness movement is simply meant for reawakening that Krishna consciousness. That is the process. Just like when you are sleeping, I have to call you loudly. Mr. Such and Such, get up. You've got this business. No other senses will act when you are sleeping, but the ear will act. Therefore, in this age, when people are so fallen, they will not hear anything. If we chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, he will be awakened to Krishna consciousness. This is practical. The Bhakti community is a community of spiritual seekers who are interested in learning about the timeless wisdom and practices of Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of love and gratitude. With blessings of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakula Mataji, the Bhakti community continue to inspire newcomers to pursue Bhakti through various weekly programs. This MSF, Bhaktiyan program started a new series titled Secrets to Controlling Your Mind that was attended by around 30 people every week. On Thursday, the 5th batch of Bhakti Circle Discover Yourself series was completed. Around 15 people attended the sessions every week. On Fridays, the Success Sadhana program conducted a new series titled Inner Harmony, Embracing Ancient Wisdom for Mental Well-Being and Conscious Living, that was attended by around 50 people. On Sundays, the Women's Circle program continued every week discussing Bhagavad Gita, focusing on the universal form, that was attended by around 10 women. We are happy to share that Bhakti community has started a new in-person meetup across Bay Area on Fridays called Next Stop, the Mantra Zone. The program includes a free vegetarian feast, mantra music meditation, and light wisdom discussion. Around 20 people have attended these meetups on a weekly basis. On the auspicious occasion of Sri Balram Jayanti, Bhakti community launched the redesigned website and social media channels. The redesigned digital properties have modern look and feel, quick registration form, easy navigation, and testimonials of lifestyle upgrade experiences from various newcomers. Bhakti community also launched a new attractive logo inspired by Satchidananda qualities. The logo contains a community of hearts within an effulgent container, whole heart glowing on a lamp. The community of hearts represents the individual soul or consciousness, and the effulgent container, whole heart, represents the Supreme or Krishna, within which all souls exist. The hearts represent Ananda or bliss. The lamp represents Chit or knowledge, and the effulgent rays represent Sat or eternal truth. Comunidad Bhakti, the Bhakti community for Spanish-speaking people, continue to conduct Bhakti classes for the newcomers. We are happy to share that Comunidad Bhakti now conducts 5 classes every week, including Japa Circle on Mondays, Bhakti Circle on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Bhagavad Gita reading on Wednesdays, and Srimad Bhagavatam reading on Fridays. The sessions were attended by around 30 members. Bhakti community's sole purpose is to associate newcomers with Vaishnavas so that newcomers can progress in Bhakti Yoga. Vaishnava Sangha Lava, or VSL, is a metric that measures how many times a newcomer comes in association with a Vaishnava through a devotional service class. For this MSF, Comunidad Bhakti's goal was to achieve 1089 VSLs. We are happy to report that Comunidad Bhakti surpassed the goal and achieved 5390 VSLs. Around 49 newcomers attended Comunidad Bhakti. For this MSF, Bhakti Community Silicon Valley's goal was to achieve 1,997 VSLs. We are happy to report that Bhakti Community Silicon Valley surpassed the goal and achieved 4,370 VSLs. Sixty newcomers attended the Bhakti Community program, this MSF. We are eternally indebted and grateful to all the volunteers, room leaders, speakers, mentors, and book distributors who work tirelessly every day to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's mission and spread Krishna consciousness in the Western world. We also want to thank each of our donors who help us maintain the Bhakti community. We seek blessings from His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, disciples, and all Vaishnavas to bless Bhakti community so that we can attempt to follow Lord Sri Chaitanya's instructions to inspire newcomers to take up the path of Bhakti if Lord Krishna so desires. And finally, our most heartfelt, sincere gratitude to His Grace Vaishika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakula Mataji. It's only due to your presence, leadership, and motivation that the Bhakti community exists and is thriving. Bhakti community gets the opportunity to serve newcomers due to the tireless efforts of the book distribution team who introduced Bhakti community to these newcomers. Now Shri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu will present the book distribution results.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. In the keeping with the spirit and to enlighten conditioned souls from the darkness of ignorance unto the path of developing love of Godhead, Krishna Prema, ISV devotees did massive book distribution during the months of June, July, and August. Team ISV kids switched their location to Indian stores because a lot of people are not at home to answer the doors due to summer holidays. They saw a huge success at Indian stores. They are distributing around 15 to 20 Srimad Bhagavatam sets each weekend. Team ISV kids distributed 115 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and 34 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets. They collected $965,000 in Lakshmi points. Team Mortal Gita dispatched over 18,000 books to various hotels and other establishments throughout the USA. With the help from South American devotees, Bhagavad Gitas were placed in 2 hotels in Latin Argentina for the first time. We seek your blessings that we may able to do bigger things in Latin America. Team Mortal Gita attended a trade show in Texas and Virginia and get orders for hundreds of Bhagavad Gitas. Mortal Gita also started the initiative to have a free advertisement reach out. The goal of this reach out will be contact those hotel owners who may never be coming to trade shows or who cannot be reached throughout the phone. Team Mortal Gita restarted the initiative to reach out to hotel owners for donations as it was done some time ago. This was based on the suggestion that we highlighted our offerings and tried to do our best for donations. Western Sankirtan team covered several spots in the preparation of Bhadra Purnima campaign. Spots included many festivals around the Bay Area, including Spanish and Lebanese festivals. They attended festivals like King's Mountain Festival, Millbrae Art and Wine Festival, Palo Alto Art and Wine Festival, Oakland Vegan Fair, Lebanese Festival, distributing Arabic books, Scott Valley Art and Wine Festival, George Festival, Fog India Parade, Spanish Festival, and Palo Alto, Oakland Street Festival. Hari Bol. They distributed 224 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and 10 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets, and they also collected 30,962 in Lakshmi points. Team ISV also distributed 700 book packs at Golden Gate Park Rathayatra Festival, and that event we also tried Tuladan to get the sponsorships for the books, which were well received. We also would like to thank His Grace Ramananda Sakaprabhu and team for uninterrupted live broadcasting of ISV online programs. We would like to also thank ISV dispatch team headed by Venudhari Prabhu, and the team dispatched thousands of books across the North America. We also would like to thank Her Grace Hansapriya Mataji and the team for organizing Janmashtami 2023 with many programs. Thousands of people attended the Janmashtami festival. We collected 11,744 in Lakshmi, which was the biggest collection at the Janmashtami book table. Here is the final results of this MSF book distribution. Team ISV distributed 47 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets, and also Team ISV distributed 345 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. Total Lakshmi Team ISV collected 83,825 in Lakshmi points. On behalf of Team ISV, we thank all participants and donors who contributed to sponsor Srimad Bhagavatam sets on Balram Jayanti and Sri Krishna Janmashtami to support book distribution, the Sankirtan leaders for their organization and planning, and all the team and group leaders and the members of their diligent efforts at book distribution. We also express our deepest gratitude to His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj and to all the disciples of Srila Prabhupada who have been carefully carrying out this mission for past 50 plus years and inspiring us to carry on the legacy. Haribo! Our special thanks to His Grace Vyasa Prabhu and Her Grace Nirukula Mataji for his continual inspiration for the book distribution. Monthly Sankirtan Festival of Janmashtami Mahamotsav ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Radha Madan Mohan Bhagavan ki, Jai Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki, Lakshmi Narsingadev Bhagavan ki, Gaur Premanandi.
Haribo! And our special recognition and thanks to Jai Madhava Prabhu Pavani Bhakti for heading this great initiative of the Bhakti community and nurturing so many. Thank you very much. Then to Malini and Sri Krishna Purushottam, who've been working tirelessly together for more than a decade to make ISV the largest producing, by far, temple in America, North America, and mostly in the world too, except for a few that we're catching up to. Haribo! And now we'll have a Pushpanjali ceremony, so please have some flowers on hand, and we'll be offering them 3 times when we come to the end of the Mangalacharana prayers. end, you will just ask to please repeat after me. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvatutam Parijana Sahita Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Barshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayane Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jwala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtai Dinatarine Rupanuga Viradhapa Apa Siddhanta Dvanta Harine Namo Goresh Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambar Sambode Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sakshidananda Namine Gora Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhomestvam Nirdesta Sajana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvishe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam. Hey Krishna, Karuna Sindho, Dinabandho, Jagatpate, Gopesha, Gopika Kanta, Radha Kanta, Namostute, Jayatam, Sudato Pangor, Mama Manda Matergati, Vatsarvasva Padambo Jao, Radha Madana Mohana, Divya Vrindaranya, Kalpadrumada, Shrimad Ratnangara, Sinhasanastar, Shrimad Radha, Srila Govinda Deva, Preshtalibhi, Sevyamano, Smarami, Shriman, Rasa, Rasadampi, Vamshivata, Tatastita, Karshan Venu, Swaner Gopir, Gopinata, Shriyestunaha, Tapta Kanchana, Gaurangi, Radhe, Vrindavaneshwari, Vrishabhanu, Sute Devi, Pranamami, Hari Priye, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta, Swaminiti Namine, Namaste Saraswate Deve, Gaurvani Pracharine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatya Deshatarine, Esha Pushpanjali Swaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta, Swaminiti Namine, Namaste Saraswate Deve, Gauravani Prasharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Swaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
He's doing good. This is his camera.
Mayank, get a couple devotees and sweep these flowers up. Samsara Dava. Still keep the Samsara Davam Adalita Loka Tranaya Karunya Kana Kana Tvam Nadalita Loka Chanaya Karunya Kana Kana Tvam Praptasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Praptasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Chanandrita Gita Varitra Maja Manasora Sena Sita Varikramaja Manasodasena Romanchakampa Shutarangabhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Romanchakampa Shutarangabhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vigrahara Dhananityanana Shringaratamam Viramarjanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda 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 Shakti Vidhasri Bhagavad Prasada Swadhana Tritan Hari Bhakta Sangam Kritvaiva Kripting Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Radhika Madhavayorapada Madhuya Lila Vinarupanamna Pratikshana Janalolupasya Mande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Rati Kele Siddhai Yayali Biru Tiratikshaniya Tatrati Laksyan Atibalabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Uktastatava Yata Eva Sadvi Kintu Prabhuya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Kintu Prabhuya Bhagavat Prasadam Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kutopi Jayam Stulam Stasya Yasastri Sanyam Mande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Guru Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. One more time. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Jayom Vishnupad Paramahansa Prajakacharya Stoutra Satasri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav Ki Jai. Jayom Vishnupad Paramahansa Pariprajakacharya Stotra Satasri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrindi Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakti Vrindi Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Sham Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Navadvip Dham Ki Jai, Jamuna Mai Ki Jai, Ganga Mai Ki Jai, Tulsi Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Samveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premananda. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav Ki Jai.
Can you sit? Get Satyad Prabhu a chair. And Maharaj. We'll get a Zafu. One quick announcement due to clerical error. We forgot today's Ekadashi, so we'll be fasting till tomorrow. Just kidding. Shari Dadvijaja Jodendri Kaheka Jive Pele Shayasa Hore Karmate Bayati Loba Myself Mati Sake Deka Satika Samsare Krishna Bodha Doyamo Prabhu Bhojane Bhosilo Shakori Asudana Ravi Esha Krishna Aswadhilo Hena Shakaswadhane Krishna Prema Aise Mane Se Preme Toro Aswadha Jada Budi Pari Hari Rasara Bhojana Kori Hari Hari Bolo Sarva Jahan Hari Hari Bolo Sarva Jahan Bhat Sage Govinde Namakari Vaishnave Sapapangya Gadam Sato Vaishnava Sari Sarva Saram Maniratu Sudayate Satsana Kalpagoyashi Yotikaya Pita Jayo Pavitra Sajjanga Vasalankar Shaitikaha Utita Okino Dasa Davamaya Dehi Mahakiram Natavadavatu Karnayo Karnikaram Lidradvasa Kanapakapisha Vajayanti Shamalam Rangram Veno Radhadatujaya Punayan Gopavinde Vrindaranyan Swapadagamanam Pravisha Kitakirti Bhavakatam Ritam Sattajivanam Kaviritam Kalmashapaham Sravanamangalam Srimadattatam Bhudiganantiye Bhuridajana Krishna Kirtana Dhananatana Kala Pato Jani Brajita Sarvata Valihamsa Chakra Madhuka Shri Viharaspasam Sarnanandi Kaladvanir Vahatu Me Jivva Maru Prangane Shri Chaitanya Gayani Deta Valasa Lila Juga Sadhuni Elo Durita Kedaya Vishadaya Pronila Damodaya Samyak Shastra Vivadaya Rasadaya Chittardito Madaya Shasvat Bhakti Vinodaya Samadaya Madhurya Maryadaya Chaitanya Dayani Deta Madhaya Bhujara Mandodaya Yato Mara Harasa Eva Hivara Dhaeva Chaitra Shapa Seko Nilita Malati Surabaya Roda Kadambanila Sachai Vasnita Kapita Surata Yapara Lila Vido Devaro Rati Vedati Tarikale Vyasa kirtane Lara smarane tarangri bhatane Lakshmi Vitu pujane Aturastra vibandane kapipate Dasye tasakye juna Sarvasvasmani verane valiradu Krishna pire champara Arajyo bhagavan prajesha tanaya Kadama vrindavana Samyaka Jinuvasana Vrajavadu Varnena Yaka Srimad Bhagavatam Pramana Mamalam Mahumatoma Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Matamidam Sajagarana Para Malana Narabara Srinam Smaro Murtinam. There you go. Gopanam Svajano Satam Siti Puja Shashvasa Pitra Shishu Your Bojapate Virara Vidusha Tattvam Param Yogina Vishtinam Bharate Vate Vidito Rangam Gatata Gara. One more time. Yai Vidito Ranga. Gata Sagraja Gaura Premanande Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I can see the energy flowing here. I think we can go on, correct?
Yes.
And once we will have the prasadam cooked by the Prabhupada disciple, we'll have the double energy so we can go on all the way till weekend, right?
Yes.
Hari Hari Bo. It's a great honor and a privilege to have so many Prabhupada disciples here. It's a Srila Prabhupada's mercy flowing here, and we are grateful, and we are grateful for all of you who have come here on the weekday to just soak up into this nectar. So I have a few announcements. I know you have been hungry from yesterday, and you've been eagerly waiting for Mother Nirkula and Jagarini and Mahaguna's feast. So I won't take much time, but I do wanted to acknowledge a few things. First of all, thank you very much for sacrificing your space yesterday so someone else got the darshan. And you had to stay away from your home and allow the guests to come in, Krishna's guests. So thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause for yourself. And that is always a better service mood and going out of our way above and beyond. So thank you. That means a lot. We had a lot of visitors. We are grateful that Krishna allowed us to do this service and allowed us to engage. And we pray that he considers us to engage in his service and empower us and show us the path that we must follow to please Guru and Gauranga. There are so many volunteers that have come forward. I'm not going to say each name, because I will make offense if I missed one. I wanted to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of our heart for really, really making a difference. You did it. It is your help that we were able to serve so many visitors. So thank you again. And today that you see this beautiful outfit that's offered to the lordships, that's the offering of Mother Nerakola and Jagrini for their 50th initiation anniversary ceremony. So their love and their dedication has gone in this outfit. It's just a glimpse of what they are. So if you really want to soak up, just be around them. And they were here cooking for you starting this morning, 3 a.m. or maybe 2:30 a.m. They've been here. So delicious feast has been prepared for you. So I also wanted to, beside the feast and Prabhupada's outfit and wonderful celebration, I also wanted to acknowledge Miten Patel. He's in house. He's the one who gave out the 1,000 Bhagavad Gita yesterday to our visitors. So I request His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu to offer a garland of Srila Prabhupada to Miten Patel. Miten has been actually coming to the Bascom Avenue from very long time. Please come forward, Miten. His mother used to come, and he was just a chauffeur for his mother. So, okay. So Miten has been coming to ISV for many years. And Miten had helped us to distribute thousands of Bhagavad Gita during the COVID. He himself has distributed around close to 5,000 Bhagavad Gitas during COVID? 2,000. 2,000 is not nothing. And I just wanted to quickly hear from you, Miten, that what inspired you to distribute Bhagavad Gita, if you don't mind.
I think it's easy to get Srila Prabhupada's mercy just by distributing the books.
What Miten has achieved by reading Srila Prabhupada's books, I feel like I'm going to spend my rest of my life to just understand that. But Miten had inspired me personally because Miten actually was working in his parents' business, and he read Bhagavad Gita, and how much Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita touched his heart. And not just that it inspired him without even coming to the programs and just having here and there. It's a little bit of association. It inspired him to distribute because the mercy and love that he received from Srila Prabhupada's books. Not just that, he has also distributed the Bhagavad Gita to even Pope or something, pastor.
There's a pastor around my house, so he just happened to walk by and I had the Gita. So yeah, and actually he grew up in India doing the Christian mercenary work. So, and I think he never read it. He grew up in India also. So he never read it, and I gave it to him, but I didn't hear it from him again.
So thank you very much, Miten. And I also wanted to acknowledge that we got our first donation from a teenager with $10,000 for Janmashtami. So there are many, many donations like that Miten had given for Janmashtami book distribution. There are many other donations that have come in, not just for the book, for the operation as well. So without the volunteers and your donation, we could not been able to do what we did yesterday. And I wanted to bring it to your attention because yesterday is still fresh in your heart, right? So we can do a lot more. So if you contribute some way or other way, that will help us to distribute books, run the festivals like this. So we are very, very grateful for each one of you who have come forward and contributed towards the festival. Thank you so much. And without delay, I'm just going to go into, since we already had prasadam prayers, but I will just have Vaisheshika Prabhu say a word, and we are not done yet. Saturday is Volunteer Appreciation Day. So come hungry. You eat today and you fast till next Saturday, okay? The Vaisheshika Prabhu and Mother Nirukala, and if we are blessed to have other Prabhupada disciples, we'll have the feast on Saturday morning as well. Hare Krishna. Back to you, Vaisheshika Prabhu.
Hansapriya, thank you for your stellar leadership position and qualities. You keep an anxiety all year round, but it intensifies a couple months before Janmashtami and then becomes red hot the week before. And I kept looking to see how you felt, and we were happy. And when you gave the sign, I knew everything was going to be okay. By 10 o'clock at night, it was all rolling smoothly. And it's because of your sincere desire to make these festivals better and better every year. You've worked tirelessly at this along with your team, and not the least of which is teaching the importance of cooperation by your own example and communicating with everyone. I know that's one of the most important things to you. And job well done. Congratulations on the success festival to you and your team.
I also wanted to acknowledge the team members and all the team leads, and that my team, those who have not slept, I promise you that I won't call you for another week. But I do want survey to go out. But thank you so much. We could not have done it, Vaisheshika Prabhu, if it wasn't coming from your mood. So you inspire us, you keep us going. So please consider us your servant on this very auspicious day of Vyasa Puja, and allow us to continue to serve you. And please, Guru and Gauranga.
Haribol. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Gaurnitai, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev, if you so desire, please empower us to work together in a mood of cooperation to please your lordships, and kindly empower us to smash our goals and to make a welcoming atmosphere where people don't want to leave once they come here in the association of devotees. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone agrees with this prayer in whole or in part. Please unmute and say Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Vanchakopadurusha kripa sindhave vachapatitanam bhavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Please come take prasadam.